Hello everyone and welcome to Contract Wars 5, which is going to be one afternoon of contract solving in 5 rounds to find out who's the best, currently, who's the best of optimizing these contracts. We are going to start very quickly with round number 1 in just 20 seconds, and I will wait with the rest of the introduction until after that time begins. And we can see some cheaters already, like Mika and Nezuko-chan loading in, but hopefully it doesn't make a big difference there. And once the timer starts, I will mention it in the match info channel. I will click the timer in the scripts to start the timer, and we are officially underway with this 9-player competition starting in Sapienza. So first of all, let's how does this even work? I can hear the players, but I don't see it in the properties. And now I can see something, so hopefully you guys hear the players only once. And it's currently only, should be Mika. Or is that Crudy? No, it's Crudy's voice. Crudy's gameplay there, but going to have a keep an eye out on on the players. I see some messages already, some funny ones. But yeah, the basics of Contract Wars 5, it's an elimination contract event. It's elimination because after each round, the players with the worst time will be eliminated. And I think just need to change something here, and now we should be good to go with the accurate times there. Still a bit loud for me, at least Crudy is, but I think that's only on my end. Going to figure things out soon enough. And Danny is the first finisher. I wonder if he submits his time, so it will be fun to see. Yeah, Danny is in there with a 40,727, which should show up, yeah, as the first time there. Nice. So we are underway there. 9-player competition, we didn't even introduce the players here. It's 2 scenes of 5 and 4 players. Of course, Shoukei, Mika, Crudy, Danny Buzia, and Nezuko-chan are the 5 on this channel, on this scene. And then if I want to break some settings, but I think it should be fine here. Linux is still offline to me, although he did say that he is online. So there's another ping there. Linux is typing, so that's a good sign of things to come, because might be some things they are figuring out. But the other 4 players are Scruffy, Camel, Linux, and 420, and Camel is the one who's canonically asleep at the moment. We see if he can make it there, and then we have some good 9-player action there. Yes, 420 with the first essay finished, but not going to submit his 101. So the spreadsheet won't be updated, which I will have to manually keep track of. Oh no, Scruffy, I did not see that part, but if it's just a run ending, then we should be just fine to go. Oh, yeah, it's oh no, Scruffy, because Scruffy didn't have the this particular start. Because you can start in the morgue, and I mean, that's probably going to be the one and only important start of this first contract. But now I think Scruffy with the challenge complete. Oh no, he still needs to do the morgue. So it's probably the whole mission, the whole challenge to do, or maybe the actual you need to do it in signature suit. I'm not exactly sure, but Linux is there. Yeah, Scruffy is looking things up as we speak to unlock that start, and hopefully won't take too long. And Linux is online now, and we just have to hope for Camel to get online. Joker J is posting a 200,985. I'm trying to not always mention the times, and that's not that went to a different column that I wanted. Is that now correct? Yeah, Joker with the 107. As I go back to the 5-player scene, because I think it's going to be our main one, or just in general, the one with the more players, and you can see more gameplay. Channel joint says that he needs to hide in that spot while the lab tag goes through it. So it's a specific timing that's kind of unfortunate for Scruffy, going to take a while to get that sorted. Yeah, Scruffy's still not exactly sure how to do it. Hopefully he will find a solution soon. And I think we are now caught back up. And as you see, some players go through the early rounds. Of course, it's 45 minutes, which I hope was shown in the other scene as well. I think the two text sources are connected to each other. Yes, I think it was just a bit too loud, but it could be just my end. And some more adjustments. And so about this event, it's elimination based, and after each round the players with worst time or worst score, in case not everyone does an essay time in 45 minutes, will be eliminated. And in this case, the 9 players will become 7 after the first contract, then 5 after the second one, down to 3 after number 3, and then the 2-player final will be made on the 4th contract. So it's a 5-contract day, 5-contract event, and we'll see who's the best one. And Contract Wars 4 is anything to go by, which, by the way, that Observer won, beating Mika. Both of them have finished, well, not quite last, but in the last surviving spot in their round. So we do hope so that it will be a case of back and forth and big comebacks like they've done in the previous event. Danny has upgraded his score to 3.754. That's a 46-second time. And I will be missing most of these, frankly, but at least the scores will be there, and hopefully we'll see some nice runs live. Some more conversation in the CW5 chat about to do the achievement for Scruffy, and Mika with the solution there, and the girl has to walk through. The girl is the lab technician lady who mourns her, I guess, co-worker. Scruffy will have to be waiting for that a couple more minutes. Linux is there. I think any score above 170,000 is an essay score, so it will be nicely converted to a time, and Linux with 116 on the other scene is now on the leaderboard. The contracts were specifically made for this one, and that's a really good question, because I should have come to this question soon enough. It's 5 contracts, and it will be featuring all 3 seasons at least, can mention that. Last time around we had a patient 0 contract, so expect something of that sort as well. And then the contracts were made by Pijero, Yanini, Currymaker, and myself, and this one in particular was PG's contract. Sapienza graveyard contracts have been popular among us in the good old days, in the old days before Hitman 3. There were some, not even featured contracts, but some interesting, quick, fun ones to optimize there, and this isn't of course one of them, but of the similar theme with Danny posting an improved time. And that's now 44 seconds. And I think the way the sheets and all work, if they have the same time, it still goes by score, so we won't have to worry about times, or ties rather. They will be sorted, and we can see eliminations by very tiny margins. Linux, I think, goes under 1 minute perhaps on the other scene, and if Linux is putting out so many nice runs like this, then I think we are going to just quickly change into the other scene, which has Scruffy 420 in Linux. Camera still offline, still perhaps sleeping, and 420 have had nice quick runs there, and I think this will be fighting Danny's 44-second run. I think one snipe remaining there. But now 2 accidents, but the last one doesn't quite want to work out. So whoever is 420 on my OBS, I think it's player 5 of this 4-player screen. But we should have some sound from him as well now. Slapdash, a ducky, and taser for a guard. It was probably always going to be like taser for that guard, but the way we wanted to do with these 3 to 4 target contracts, because frankly any fewer and it's not much of a contract, and any more than that you might not have enough time to optimize. So it's like 3 to 4 targets, and definitely starting with the likes of 3 and 3 easier ones, especially maybe containing a guard for easier execution. And as we can see for 20, at the later stages of his run, I can add Crudy's first run to 3-3-6, which puts him second with a sub 50. For 20 missing that shot there, the last kill, but not going to be too far now. And I think we might see some more Linux runs, and Scruffy did get the correct start, right? Going to just quickly check that. Yep, not a lot of time lost there, still 34 minutes to go as Danny upgrades to 204. 443, that's now 41 seconds. Linux also finishes, it's a 1 minute flat, so it's a minuscule amount of improvement, but if he doesn't submit, then it won't be submitted. He won't really have the capacity to keep up with everyone. Joker's typing could be a nice improvement on his end. Going to have to work a little Twitch here as well. What is the...
Just missed.
Does this work like this? Yeah, so you can go !live and see the whole standings live. It's not much of a change for viewers because we will be showing the standings of any given contract, but
Come on,
for full overview you can use the spreadsheet there. So there was the Joker update. If I can find the tab again. Joker's upgrading to a 50-second run, which puts him third, just a second behind Crudy. 4 players with a run, 4 without one, and Camel is not live currently. Hopefully won't be too long. It is definitely still offline here. Camel is from Canada. Not sure which part. I guess that could mean that he's 6 or 5 or even 9 hours behind us. Central Europe. But yeah, hopefully he can make it, and don't think I've missed the score since then. Danny's 1 star was the first one, and Joker, Danny, Linux, and Crudy are the 4 finishers so far. Of course, it's nothing about the real time, and 420 himself had successfully finished fair few of the essay runs, but he's looking for a certain time and not just to get on the board, but to do well there. Back on our 5-player scene. Can't really switch scenes too much because you can see how long it takes to refresh the streams, but Joker in the top left, I guess can add a little sound there. Going for some bullet distractions, and I think that's already the taser kill that went off for Joker, but couldn't get the other kills there. Mika's going through the church. I guess I just missed the word. I didn't know what the word for that building is, but Mika's looking for an accident kill. I think that's the gardener, because taser for the guard, and the church staff is already eliminated at the beginning of the run. I was looking if I missed a Scruffy time, but yeah, Scruffy is promising after getting the start, but curious to see where he will go there. Crudy with more improvements. That is now 48, and Camel in 420 with his first run. Also a 48. The difference between the two are 31 points for second place. Currently, Crudy occupies that. I just really don't get a lot of game stands for Joker, so I'm switching back to Crudy perhaps, or yeah, looks good to me. I hope the sounds are fine on your end, guys. If there's anything I could do or should do, then let me know at the beginning, because this is going to be a long day. No finishers since then. No new finishers rather, 420 being the latest one. Weekend is Zip and Scruffy, all on their quests to get their first essay submitted. Ooh, Crudy running with a taser in hand to maybe perhaps route something, but of course raises so much suspicion. Won't be this run for his. Crudy facing some disconnects as well, and there's the explosion for Mika, followed by the taser animation. I think that's the exit coming for Mika. Will be their first finish of 105, currently 6th place, but that's beating all the non-essay times if it comes to that. And I think I can already get ready for this score to be put there. To the 1-3-20, and that is indeed a 105. The score is yet to fail, or the the scoring formula, so that's nice to see. And Nezuko might be the next finisher, 40 seconds. Oh, but yellow gun, so it's only going to be a routing, pacing rather. Oh, and now come all the scores. Danny improves to 40 seconds. Scruffy with his first round he missed on the other scene, and 45 seconds takes second place. And suddenly Mika's 105 is just one place away from elimination. Curious to see how low players will get their runs down to. Obviously, I think 40 or 45 seconds will be safe. Will we have a universe where 48 seconds isn't safe? Still, of course, more than 25 minutes to go, not even halfway there. Yeah, Danny with a 5-second lead over the opposition, and another 5 seconds between Scruffy and Joker, 2nd to 5th, 4 places. It's nice with the SMG. Nezuko couldn't quite kill the church staff. I guess the mortician, whoever's working on the graveyard rather, and the opposite is for Mika. With a pistol, can't quite get the kill on him. I think it should be up to date there. Well, obviously the loading times do add up a little, over 45 minutes. You can see Nezuko in the long load there, although I think this is a good question other than 420 who might be on. Wait, I'm completely lost now. I think it's, but from the roulette community we know that Bauga is all gen, and then really few others are also there. I think most of the others have improved to new gen, PS5 or Xbox Series 1. I guess the fun fact here is that looking at all the I guess submissions / sign-ups, we've had 3 platforms sign up: Epic, PlayStation, and Xbox, so didn't have to recreate the contract for Steam or Stadia, rest in peace in 5 days, or the Switch. 420 and Crudy both improved their runs. 420 now 46 seconds, takes 3rd place, but here comes Crudy, and I think 203 598 will keep 48 seconds for Crudy, and 4th place now. So one last look at Danny, if he's any close to beating his 42nd run. Otherwise you can check the other scene, how the others are doing. If Camel's here, but I'm not seeing any new chats in CW5 chat. Mika's now 55 seconds. Going to be overtaking a Linux penguin there. Let's say 10-second improvement for Mika. I think everyone else would be really happy with any 10-second update there, and I just talked over the Danny run. Now I want to focus there to see what he does. Danny. Oh, with a distraction with the sink to lure the church staff in the other room, and an explosion to kill him eventually. And then that may or may not be, well, it's of course not the full SMG snipe, but I think some panic might be going on Danny's side. Second kill is of course with the taser on the bodyguard, and then let's see how the 3rd target will go. Of course the Napoleon blown apart at 37 seconds, but he didn't kill, and there was no kill with the SMG either. I think a snipe is possible there, and that was the reason why I didn't see a kill there. 3 more scores to add there, and I'm going to switch it to the other scene and going to bring you updates there. There's the Linux improvement down to 48 seconds. Scruffy down to 43, and Joker takes 2nd place with 41 seconds. So now everyone between 40 and 55 seconds, with Nezuko missing a Silent Assassin run, but we've seen him try plenty of times and get kind of close. I think there was one yellow gun attempt only. So he's definitely getting close. Linux, he had the potential for a 46 there, but will be a 47 in the end, which I guess is for the better in Hitman anyway. So there's currently 3 seconds between the top 3, Danny, Joker, and Scruffy. All that matters is to finish in the top 7. Results or perks don't carry over, you just need to avoid the bottom 2 spots, which is, I guess, Camel's who's missing out, and the bottom round, which is currently by Nezuko, who is yet to put in a time, but still more than 20 minutes to go. Scruffy changing, or I guess to our perspective, changing from Danny's approach, because we've seen Danny hit those with the SMG, Scruffy now with the sniper for more safety. We will see how the church staff kill will work out. Oh, that's a annoying stutter with the briefcase. So I don't think I have any audio from these players at the moment. It's because Fortnite is in a map for a long time, so, or in the loadout menu rather. This should be a bit more of Scruffy's audio. And peak lethal syringe. I wonder who's that for, because Scruffy has been going for longer range approaches. I think this is one Linux update. No, I've got all the times in there. Danny typing, that's promising, and 204,544, that's definitely the highest number we've seen this far. Although that's only beating his previous run by 9 points, no different second there, but grades, and the update is there for just in case it's needed. Scruffy, I think all 3 targets down, yes, 25 seconds already, and just a long walk to the finish in that wetsuit. Really hard to say if it's any better than the 43 second. I don't think it will be done. It's 40, Joker's 41, but it can be a PB by a couple points for Scruff, and it's early 43, so curious to see how it goes. And once I put in Scruffy's score, I might have some good news there, because Observer has offered his help. He was supposed to be playing this one and then got busy, and then he got free. So I think we should be having him any second now, at least as a co-caster. Yeah, she should be joining very soon. And there's Linux with the message in the match info channel, as well as Scruffy. There's a 42 for him for the first time. Linux down to 45 seconds, and that's not Crudy, that's Scruffy. No positional changes, but 1 second closer to safety, which I think with a strong 40 second run we should be more than through, and Linux and 420 can be feeling more and more confident by the second. Mika will be probably moving over from 7th place, not quite, but down to 50 seconds now. Danny and Joker both finished the run, and I think with Izuku still needing a run. And we are going to check in on the other scene, anything from 420 with his low resolution, but at least a workable scene. That's a headshot that missed, and yeah, he turns red, so we'll have to say goodbye to this scene for a moment. And I think just in time, because Izuku was green at 45 seconds. And his controller turned off. Oh, it's really unfortunate, although we'll still put him at 8 because Mika is 7th with 50 seconds. And then it turned red there, but there was one time I couldn't quite add just yet. 204,600, still at the 40-second mark. But now Joker's also on 40 seconds. It's getting more and more interesting, and what Joker is doing right now is called NPC clipping. If you restart the mission, or I guess load out of the mission rather, while you are faced inside an NPC, then for however long, I'm actually not sure if it's 30 minutes or you can make it any longer, but for however long you will not have any collision with NPCs, and something you don't see in roulette, because roulette or bingo rather, I guess, because you might want to be fine with it bumping into NPCs, but for contracts and speedrunning it's something that you especially want to see. But Joker can't quite get the clipping just yet. Although Joker has plenty of time to figure this one out, because there are still 16 minutes, and with 40 seconds Joker will all but confirms to go to the next round. Same with Danny, Scruffy, Linux, and maybe 420 even at this point, especially with 420 typing out something, but we weren't on that scene, so nothing new at this point. Mika on the bubble currently. Crudy's stream is currently a bit off there. We'll have to mention it to him a bit later if we get there. And yeah, we are a bit behind on Crudy because he has already posted his 45-second run. That's making him 3 seconds and 1 position over 420. So quick recap of what we're looking at right now. Still need a finish from Nezuko, but he's come so close to many runs. Although I'm not quite sure if we've seen a sub 50-second run from Nezuko, which is what he really needs to advance to the next round. Mika would also need some improvement there, because if Nezuko were to do that, then and of course Mika would be the one eliminated, the other one being Camel, of course. And the Zionical, yes, it's really close. At least for this first round, it's kind of what we were hoping for, what we were expecting. There was some talk yesterday about whether this is a 45-minute contract or a 30-minute contract, if these definitions make any sense. I think for a contract this quick and this simple with 3 targets including 1 guard, this could have been easily done within 30 minutes, and I guess we would see these final scores, but I guess we have to see how this final 15 minutes shake out. I don't think we see a lot of changes and a lot of seconds shaved off, but I guess that allows the players to take a couple extra minutes of break at the end of the run before, of course, they will be needing all their energy to grind everything out for the other 4 maps, and Joker is getting a 41-second. He was just a bit too late, but everything is possible there to maybe beat Danny there. Danny's on the better score, despite both him and Joker being at 40 seconds.
Oh. Wait a minute. Where did that come from?
Hello, by the way.
Oh, I absolutely didn't see you there. And also, it's kind of... let's just check the sounds. Welcome, observer.
How are we doing? Sorry for the delayed entrance by me, but I'm here nonetheless.
No worries. I think you were... I don't think you were very much in the red, so hopefully I've adjusted that. And hopefully we can get some feedback from the chat. How's it going, observer?
Good. Yeah, as you were saying earlier, did want to play in it. Stuff came up, but I suddenly became available, so the next best thing is to cast it, because I've been watching the last 20 minutes, and yeah, it is. I get the argument for a 30-minute contract, but I do love seeing how players push that second, because sometimes it's like getting from a 50 to a 45, but with this, it's like you gotta get like milliseconds in difference for 3rd place or 1st place now, which is really cool to see how they come up with that extra time save.
Yeah, I guess of all the contracts, this will be the one about execution the most, because this might just be the tightest one within 45 minutes, and then the other ones you are kind of rushing to get any decent time in the same time.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. And it's crazy close right now. 10 seconds for the top 7. 6 seconds between the top 6 as well, which is just crazy. 1 second difference could be the difference of like so many points. Bring 420 up to 4th place if you can just shave 1 and a bit of a second off, I think. I'm not sure how small Linux's 45 is.
This is where you need Timmy the time bot. I mean, I've sort of did something similar for the whole seconds, but I guess it's even better to see the decimals, but it's somewhere around 1 second between 3 places and less than a second between Danny and Joker.
Yeah, some crazy stuff. Especially from Joker, who is a console player. Some of the shots he's been hitting for a console player is just mind-boggling to me. Especially that target that's over by the plumber. He's been just not even aiming in. It's been really nice to see.
What?
Yeah, absolutely. Now for 20 with some timing there, just really wanted to see Nezuko get starting time, but for 20 is really picking up the pace, so I think I'll have to switch the scenes for these few more minutes. And now I think we will both update the scores there, but I'll just do most of them if that's fine.
Yeah, of course, of course. It's the least I can do.
And then feel free to let us know if anything significant happens there. For example, here for 20 got up to 4th with the couple seconds change you talked about.
Yeah.
Seconds.
Exactly, what I was hoping for, but he even jumped from the 46 all the way up to 43, which is a big jump to go in one go. But yeah, I think it's worth noting what differences we're seeing. What's giving Danny and Joker that 40 seconds? We're seeing some crazy use of items like Napoleons, seeing tasers for the second guy. It's mainly just pistol shots for that third guy out by the water, but I do feel like the time loss for a lot of them is coming from cameras and the items they use for that first guy.
Yeah, Danny. I think what Danny did at the middle of the spin, I'm not sure if he changed the approach since then, but he shot the sink to get the church staff into the other room, so you never had to enter the other room and actually kill him. You could just use the Napoleon there.
Yeah, super nice. C420 doing that as well. And throwing a taser or a explosive duck. Also, Linux is using the Serpent's Bite, throwing at the door because, of course, that has some wallbang properties. So that's nice to see as well.
Scruff with an almighty launch on that church staff, but won't be working out for him just yet, but it's working out in general. He's on 3rd place.
And yeah, we just got a better time for Mika as well. Not sure how much better, though. Brought them up to a 49, yeah. So it doesn't change their position, but every second counts. Big jump for Mika to get into the kind of running numbers at the top. 4-second gap, which is the biggest gap, I believe. The sides are runners who haven't posted the time yet. We only have 8 minutes left as well.
Yeah, and I wonder how stressful it is for Mika. They haven't seen any run from Nezuko. Nezuko could be pacing a run quicker than 49 seconds for what it's worth, but currently on the bubble.
Yeah, it can be scary. And it could just be players forgetting. Mika could be thinking maybe they haven't just posted their time yet, but they have a time. Which, of course, can happen.
There's a better time for Linux. It's now 2nd better. Basically breaking the tie. We will have 42, 43, 44, and 45. 3rd to 6th.
Yeah, very nice. If Mika could get that 41, it would be a very nice looking leaderboard right now.
And one of the 2 top players getting a 39, then it's just perfection.
Yeah. Or we can ask Joker to just move back a second, just for the sake of continuity.
Yeah, exactly. I think with that, fortunately is all green there, and I think that's all the kills done. Will it mean an improvement?
I don't think so. So hard to say with the compression as well. But looks like a 45, maybe even a 44.
Yeah, it's all about
44. Of
course, others would be so happy with the 44, 45, but for 20 it's 4th place. So many Fs.
Yeah, I can see Scruffy still seems a bit unsure about this kill on the guy. He's going for the tap and the proximity, which I don't think I've seen fully that combo used by anybody yet, but lovely pistol snipes from him as well.
It will be a fairly early kill. Ooh, at 23 seconds, needs to survive for 17 or so. Bodyguard definitely heard it.
Ooh. The body got pretty nicely hidden though, I have to say. Went over the coffin. Oh, and there's the red guns.
Just during the buffering.
Unfortunate there. 420's on pace again, but I think that could be a 42, maybe a 43.
Well.
Ooh.
206 is what he had, and 219 is what he upgraded to, but he's only going to submit the, I guess, the second change. What was the second changes?
Oh, Linux typing your time. Just saw the finish there.
It's 41 seconds. There's the 41, just not from Mika, I guess, which you were hoping for, but Linux nicely taking third place.
Yeah, very nice for Linux. Yeah, like you said, going up to third place. Still a lot of competition between the top 4, even, I'd say. Even top 3. You could say there's even about a second and a half between all of them right now.
Yeah, I guess it just makes even crazier at the top, because 40 for first and 43 for fifth.
Yeah, exactly. That top spot was really nice to get, but still no times from Camel or Nezuko. I really hope we see it. We're under the 5-minute mark now. They just need to post any time, to be honest, just to make sure.
Yeah, I suppose now Nezuko and Mika will be the focus of this, so just changing here. Of course, Mika, since they are the last spot to advance, and Nezuko is trying to get there.
Yeah, let's see what some of our other players are up to. So, I didn't catch much of Nezuko's approach so far.
I think it... Yeah, I couldn't really say the details, just generally the same as the others, although I can't remember the second guy, and that will be important here.
Also, I have to say, I'm absolutely amazed that you can shoot that guard outside, not the first target, but the second one, who's right next to another guard on the bench, like morning. You can just shoot him and he doesn't see him at all, which is just crazy. It's one of those things, you just got to shoot somebody to make sure they don't get spotted, and I think that worked out for Danny, because that seems to be what got him the 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's a really nice find. No need for any tasers. Or I guess, yeah, you don't need the tasers, you can use it use the slot for anything else, although it's 3 targets, it's not the craziest thing there. And I think Danny didn't even shoot the sink, or was I just late to the party?
Yeah, I didn't quite catch it either, but yeah, maybe they're changing it up a little bit. We'll get a quick glimpse at that again here now. They missed that headshot onto the guy out by the pier.
Zuko's approaching the targets from the different angle. I think it's trying to shoot the second, or I guess the gardener from near the bodyguard.
Yeah, it's a unique approach. Also, that resolution for Danny is they're throwing a Napoleon blown apart against the door, which possibly makes the audio go through the door. My only guess, because they don't even open the door, so the audio must leak through somehow, which is a good find by Danny if that's the case.
Yeah, I guess that should be the solution there.
Oh, that was a really good pace by Danny. That would have been close to a 39. I think it would have been a 40, though. I don't think 39 is breakable unless something major is found by any of the players here, because Danny literally walked in a straight line.
It still has an open slot. Well, yeah, it's just not the kind of contract where you need a lot of items.
Yeah, that's a good point. And Nezuko is playing it pretty safe. I say as they shoot somebody in the head. They have a chance to get a time here, though, but I don't know if that body gets found after a while, because it's a pretty late departure from the churchyard.
Nezuko used extra chaos there, but I think the chunk was for the civilian next to the gardener, so it's just regular chaos for the other bodyguard. Nezuko will be finishing.
I think so, just over a minute. Barely over a minute. And they don't even take the time, which you definitely should take, because you only have 1 round left before the timer runs out.
Yeah, I suppose it's 8th place regardless.
Yeah.
With the 101 or with the non-finish, so it's just for cosmetics if you want a number next to your name for all eternity in the results tab. But yeah, otherwise, I think now time is running out for Nezuko, and that's kind of has to be the last one for everyone. Joker with a low 41.
Yeah, close. And Mika with a possible 49, but didn't have everything ready for then. I think that's going to be the most of our runs done now.
And don't exactly trust the what's that, the timer on our screen, because that was manually added after the automatic one. I can tell you there are still 11 and 10 seconds. But once that's done, I'll just post this red gun message that the time is up. But I think everyone here knows on this scene or the other that round 1 is over.
Yeah, very nice by all our players there.
And I suppose, yeah.
I was about to say, yeah, how many ties did we have? We had 1. Oh, I can't even have it up. 2 for first place. And actually, to be fair, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th kind of evened themselves out, to be honest. They were tied for a lot of it, but they kind of cleaned it up. It's just Danny and Joker at the top with that 40 seconds each.
Yep, and with Danny taking the first place by... Well, okay, it's not a few points, but it's...
38 by the looks of it, 38.
I think you're right, yeah. Just
which is quite crazy, to be honest. I think it's frames that goes by even, or is it milliseconds?
I think for every point it's like 7 milliseconds, or someone said it the
Wow.
other day. But that's where we are right now, and just as long as the round is new, going to go to the Be Right Back scene rather, and figure out who does what before this next round, which should start in about 5 minutes. And we should be back with the second contract starting in just under 2 minutes. It will be Haven Island, which is a controversial choice with the 4 dead reactions, the 2 hype and the 1 from Zionic of the KW. Yeah, it's My Beloved, so mid, 420 hooping for the scuba driver exit, and I realized that I'm not showing my screen for you. It was hidden by Discord.
Oh, no worries.
So we're down to 7, which will be slightly pain for me constantly, but we have 4 on this scene. Scruffy, Danny, Linux, and 420, and the other will have this trio of Joker, Mika, and Crudy. And from next map we will have 1 scene. That's the part I prefer. Everyone on the same page, but more than 6 would be kind of tough on the eyes.
And yeah, I was worried for a moment. I don't know if I was misreading the rules, but I thought enter meant don't open the contract, as in like to the loading screen or the planning screen. But I realized that I just misinterpreted the message, so all players are good.
I know, right? It's difficult. Like, what's enter,
Yeah.
what's open, what's start, what's the contract, or the loading screen. Yeah, that's fine. But 10 more seconds, and I'm ready to change it in OBS. I'm ready to message them in match info with the green guns message. Or I can just do it now.
Yeah, if you don't mind doing it, that's okay. Perfect.
And the time is up as well, and the last thing I'll have to do is click on the second round, which now won't have Camel or Nezuko, and from the 7 to 5 will advance to round 3.
Yeah, exactly. So they really gotta start publishing times, because everybody, I feel like at this point, is going to start publishing times. There's going to be no people, I hope, although it's a tough map, and they're gonna hopefully gonna get at least a time on the board pretty soon.
Yeah, and I guess this is where I should talk about the contracts. I will be able to talk about 1 contract in particular, but it's not this one yet. Haven Island was made by Yanini. Wanted to go for 3 targets still as a round 2 contract, but there is a fair bit of distance between all 3 of them. None of them are free or tough, but a lot of running may be necessary, with Scruffy getting the first sniper shot.
Yeah, and that's an interesting one, funny enough, because many people don't know about that target that Scruffy just sniped, but there's actually an invisible wall between the doctor and that NPC, so if you shoot somebody, you can actually get away with the kill, because they can't see through the doorway.
It's super nice for Ludmilla isolation in
Mm.
roulette, and I suppose we will see the same just for a different target in this contract wars. Danny with the second target, I guess the message parlor lady. Massage rather. But yeah, it's kind of in the open.
Yeah,
You cannot go in there.
it's a tough one, alright. I do like Haven for its... Theoretically, it's open. It's an open map. As everybody has seen from Hitmanist videos, you can shoot through pretty much anything on this island, especially the palm trees. So if there's even someone in the villa, for example, you probably get a shot off them. So these other targets probably won't be as tough.
And there's always like the balancing act of these contracts. How easy or hard do you want it to be? It's still only 3 targets, but we will see the difference, or the distance here rather. And Scruff is showing us the last one we haven't talked about. I guess she's a waitress near the spa area, and nothing too obvious stands out here at the moment.
Yeah, it's a weird target. I'm trying to think myself, what approach would I go for? Of course, you have the poison jab, which is pretty difficult on a map like Haven with those double view cones. There's some coconuts pretty close to it right now. There's also a propane over in this bar. We see Linux just passing. So a couple of options, but none of them are really speed-wise the best option. So you might just see some panics or some lucky headshots and hope nobody sees it, because you gotta test it until you know.
Yep, and I also think it's going to be a fun one. It's definitely the other end of the contract. What is happening for Scruffy or that lady? I guess she just goes out naturally? Or was it there a bullet distraction maybe?
I think it's actually natural, funnily enough.
It might just be fine there too. But I guess you will be at that area either at the beginning of the run, the middle one, or the very end, depending on how you route these 3 targets together. So.
And yeah, it's worth noting as well, although the targets might finally get figured out by somebody, the exit, that's going to be pretty vital as well, because the exits are very edge oriented. Like, no exits are really in the center of the map. I can't think of a single one that's in the center of the map, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a good question about different exits there, as Danny uses his briefcase not the way he wanted, but there's poison in his hand otherwise, and it may just be a good way to kill her.
Yeah, I'm liking this so far for a few of the players. 420, figuring out that you can just knock out the other masseur that's in that massage area and then just kill the target that's there, and we'll be pretty safe for a little while.
Wasn't sure if I didn't see the beginning of 420's run, but it may just be a red guns which can be salvageable, and it also gets red, but nice first kill for him as well.
Oh, and I'm curious about the shot 420's going to go for. It would be really nice to see some body shots into the water below. It'd be amazing to see, because of course that will be an excellent kill.
Especially because you can have some nice distractions below those huts, especially the doctor's hut. And yeah, if you don't get the doctor investigating but the lady, then it should be really important there.
Danny is so close to already having a route. They're actually able to get both of the targets outside of the shark hut dead in about 40 seconds. Then it's just one pistol shot onto the lady, but I think one distraction and Danny will already be on a sub-minute pace. Looking pretty good.
This is really impressive, because just 6 minutes ago we said we went from level 1 to 100 real quick, and yeah, it is a bit more difficult.
Yeah, for sure. Haven is technically a more difficult map because of the beloved double view cones, but Danny's making easy work of it so far. A couple of players are doing really nicely with these first couple of targets, but they all have one target that's causing them trouble, and I think the shark hut is going to be the biggest one, because you either start there or you have to do a distance shot, which kind of gives you a disadvantage either way.
Important for Danny, can he hit this? Very nicely done. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
super nice.
not quite hitting, but I guess poking her with the syringe.
And we'll get to see a possible distraction this time around. It's a tough timing because there's a lady at the top of that stairs, so you can't actually just go for a sniper shot. So it looks like Danny's just gonna go for default exit, see what the scenario looks like, and then just hit the shot and exit. So we should see about a 120 depending on how this final shot goes.
It's difficult because you have some good angles into the
Ooh.
bathrooms, but not the living room or the terrace.
Yeah, for sure. And you're gonna have to get some crazy door open shot, I think.
That's the panic, and at least the doctor's running, and hopefully the... Oh, it's not the... It's the panic on the NPCs around Danny, not the doctor.
Oh, imagine that shot from Danny. Actually might work out. Come on. Oh, nearly for Danny. And we got our first time actually from Linux. I'll quickly pop that in.
I almost said 4-star essay, but there are no complications here. 4-star means something was off, but I think less than 10 minutes into the contract,
Oh, yeah.
it's a really good point. Point value.
Yeah, any point value is a good value. Yeah, 420 having a bit of trouble with that.
Yeah, nice dancing there. Shall we check out the other three?
Yeah, of course. Sounds good.
Joker, Meek, and Crudy. I would say that this early on, all of them are just equally likely to win this or get eliminated. It was just such a close round one, so you'll have to keep an eye out on both streams.
Yeah, we usually see this. I think even, funnily enough, in the last Contract Wars, there was, I don't know if it was the second or third, but there was also like an anomaly contract where a lot of people just weren't able to get a time for the longest time, and then it just became such a surprising ending. Literally nobody could be decided who was going to be the one that was going through, but in the last 20 or so minutes, everybody started realizing they just got to get on the board.
I was checking the sheets from the other Contract Wars, and yes, it was Berlin's second map. I think David... There were the two people who eliminated got no scores, but one of them, and I think it was David, who got through with 4 stars or 100-something thousand points, and not the score, not the game time. So could just be the case here, although still 35 minutes to go, and Joker's also nicely getting the poison kill and getting closer to finishing.
Yeah, and Mika as well poisoned that waitress at the bar when she was standing next to two people who were also just idling. I don't even know how that poison was allowed.
Excuse me, no access, sir.
I was trying to say something smart about the Haven Yukons, but there's nothing there. Oh, Mika gets punished immediately.
Yeah. Pretty unforgiving map, to be honest. But yeah, look, we can see Crudy trying that long distance shot as well. Not working out, but gotta give it a go. Now, I'm curious how many players are starting in certain locations and how many of them actually have access to killing that shark hut, not the shark hut, but one of the hut targets early, because oh, look at that kill from Crudy.
That's so nice.
So nice. I'd never think of that, to be honest. It's just one of those things you have to test and it works and you're like, yeah, totally meant that. Knew it was going to be green, and move on.
And it sort of works for Joker, but I think the fact that he phased through the other lady there, I think the cutscene wasn't long enough for Joker, but basically going to be the same kill, and it's essentially making a 2-target contract for both of them. Make that 3 with Mika.
And yeah, I'm noticing they're all hitting the same hurdle of getting the poison at the beginning, but this Missour they're trying to get in the middle is never turns, and her back is to a wall, so it's kind of a tough kill to make it accident. I might get to see Mika possibly solve that issue.
Oh, I don't know about that. Huh?
Joker stays green there. I love the synchronized action here. It's basically after only 11 minutes they all found the same approach. I guess we just have to see if they keep this for the next half hour.
Yeah, it's a tough one right now. So Mika trying to solve that second target with a breacher on the side of the doorway. Hopefully going to get a breacher kill as the target walks past the door frame, but that's a really tough timing. And they have to be very close to that breacher for it to actually count as the kill.
Wonder if it's more loading screens for Joker and Mika. Crudy. Yeah, Crudy really wants to get that kill on the Masseur with the poison, but wow, she's actually deaf. It's not even this close range.
Kind of crazy. And the issue with this target is because you can't like shoot behind them because that turns the person beyond them to look at you. So it's tough no matter what way you look at it.
Yeah, we've seen Danny at the beginning starting center of pool, which now Mika's replanted to, and that way you could have the firearm as well as a trank, which I think was used in Danny's run, but Mika doesn't have one at the moment.
Oh, and I really like Joker's idea there. I don't know if you saw it. He used the gunshot out into the ocean, so the gun going off was the distraction. Went through the little room, tranked the lady, and then poisoned the target from the opposite side. They're going through the room, so that could definitely work out for Joker. Did get red guns because of the trank. Got spotted shooting it, but he's at a minute now, and he's running along the pier to the final target.
It's probably not the first thing ever to make green guns, but the fact that the doctor's reacting to that bullet might just be a bit difficult to figure out. But
yeah,
Joker Mika pretty all close there. Yeah,
we did actually get a time from Danny that went under my radar. I just realized, but looks like a 56 seconds from Danny. Wow, they already got under a minute.
Oh, and here I was impressed by HITMAN in chat. Everyone feel free to play along. We are able to keep track of the scores of the players anyway. But HITMAN with the 115 has to go now to Eve, but Danny, I guess, pipped him to the post by the sub 1. And we could see just there on the massage lady, already down at 15 seconds.
Crazy timing, yeah. I'm guessing Danny actually figured out then this kill onto the waitress and then a pistol snipe and then exits by the boat, because that does seem like the shortest line you could possibly take. Definitely one of the best exits as well in terms of all the targets if you were to put them on a triangle, because default exit just seems a bit too tough to get the other two targets from there. So definitely nice routing from Danny.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see what kind of approach Danny will have. And I guess rather than in the run, of course it won't be his first target, but second or third.
Yeah, true indeed.
The fact that the Cheng, so the lady sees the Chenged bodies, that might even be a angle for a poison kill. But
yeah.
I guess why waste the slot, right? Because syringe will be going to this waitress.
Exactly. Danny is solving an issue that the others are having, but he's not even using the poison to fully embrace the creativity of that double trank to make the lady turn. And yeah, we see the poison there. Such a nice timing as well. You get to see this exit kill from Danny.
Oh man, this is basically Danny's run.
Wow, and yeah, I think we could, on a really lucky pace for Danny, we could see like a 51, maybe even a 50.
Yeah, like the first half, not much execution you can... not much time you can gain with execution rather. And then maybe a first time headshot, which 420 is looking at something similar there, although he gets here at a different timing and ladies inside the hut now. But they panic to different slots.
My question would be now for Danny, if they can somehow get rid of their pistol and get a sniper instead, they could possibly clean this up a little bit. Not in the sense of they could just more consistently get under the time that they've already pushed, because a lot of it is coming down to that pistol RNG. So maybe they could just bring a sniper for that one kill at the beginning and snipe that lady at the end, and we could Definitely, I'd say we could probably see like sub 50 from Danny. His
It
pace is crazy.
looks really doable there, I agree. Just not sure if packing, unpacking is something that Danny wants to do more than one time.
Oh, and Danny's such a tough shot, to be fair. This is not a position you put yourself in often.
Yes, Zai in disbelief, but that was basically the end of Danny's route. With the firearm kill on the massage lady and then the poison on the VHS will put Danny in a prime spot for a 50-second-ish run. And 420 figured out a very similar start. No, 420 did very similarly, just from a different start with... there's the kill.
Also just noticed, I don't know if I'm mistaken in saying this, but Danny isn't even using the smuggle that's right next to him there that we saw 420 grab, so that could possibly solve issue we were just talking about. I don't know if many players are using that smuggle, because I for one didn't even know it was there.
Yeah. If, in our example, Danny could bring the pistol there to use it on this lady, and then start with the briefcase in the sniper and basically make it first try. Yeah, it's a really good call.
But it's so easy to get tunnel vision with a route that you have. You just want to grind the seconds out for it, because you know you can get time save from grinding your route out, but you don't know you can save time from exploring different routes, which is one of the issues we see all the time with people running contracts.
Maybe it's a battle of resources, and time is that very important resource of which you need to know how good you want to spend it. And yeah, now look at Danny, 44 seconds and just needs to hit that snipe. Actually did it.
Oh, but they got stuck. I don't think they're going to save much time there because it's a bit of a trek. Oh, it's 56. Never mind. We're going to see a 55.
1 second just to annoy the participants even more. He can make it consistent enough for a 45-minute live tourney now that he has a second improved run there.
Yeah, really nice from Danny there. Like I said, first shot for Danny could definitely save 2-3 seconds, I'd say. Which would be very nice to see the run get pushed to its limit. And if we'll see Danny explore something else soon enough, because they will have about, assuming they got the next 6 minutes, they still have nearly half the time left.
Yeah, and at this point, Danny can very easily restart at every little part that wasn't so optimized. Because he can go for perfection now, and sub 1 won't be cracked by many players, but we hope to see finishes from the remaining ones, of course.
Well, I really don't know if this kill is going to work out, especially for 420 right now. This kill seems really tough to pull off. Oh, but that was a nice distraction from... Oh, that was really nice from 420, but he's on a timer for that doctor. Will he get out in time?
As the finish for 125 or 26.
Oh, very nice for 420. Yeah, very nice shot from 420 there. They're typing the time.
And you never know, it's that kind of second round contract which we really hope to see times from all 7 players, but if they don't, then any sub 2 could be the winning one, or the one that makes you advance. And from this page, it's only Scruffy, right? With no finish so far. Linux, Danny, and 420 all on this scene, so we'll have to check out the other one as well. But getting to the halfway
just
point.
as you say that, we just got a time from Crudy, which is just better than Linux's. Look at the score.
Oh.
And it's going to come out at... Wait, that can't be right. Yeah, I put in the wrong number.
Oh,
So let's say 4 minutes is a bit long. It comes out as a 132, so 6 seconds behind 420 and 16 seconds ahead of Linux.
Nice, and let's check out that scene as we talked about them. Of course, once they load, Crudy still didn't finish his replan, and Mika, I think it was 108 at the Shark Hut, could have been their last target, and there's a Joker score as we get there.
Let's go. Joker with the. Oh, yeah, they didn't even see the time, but 129. So, a couple of seconds off taking second place, which would be a very nice position to be in. But I have to say, 31 seconds between first and second right now is just testament to Danny and his run so far in this haven.
Yeah, that really is so impressive. We've had a moment, I think right around when you came, let's say about 20 minutes into the first spin or 30. Danny had a 5 or 6 second lead, and then that become really close as others figured out the contract. So might just see the same.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of potential for a lot of these players. They all have such varying strats, but a couple of these kills, especially the Masseur and the final target, I feel like a lot of people figured out the poison on the waitress, but I feel like it's the Masseur and the other lady. And Danny got another improvement.
Oh boy, now I'm worried.
Not by much. I can see it's only in the hundreds difference of score, but that can still be a second, which I assume it is. 3 seconds more
Oh,
shaved
wow.
off by Danny.
Nice.
If I'm not mistaken, yeah, 52 seconds for Danny.
Yeah, we know Danny has the potential to go, I would say 49 or 50 seconds if everything goes right with his route. So we might see some more scores from him.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the things, well, Mika was really close to an exit there as well on about a 1:15, 16 pace, if I had to guess, which would put them in a really good spot. Would put them in second place because currently they're in the potential relegation area. So they have no time published yet. Same with Scruffy.
Nice to see already the 5 essay times, and it's becoming an interesting race. 126 and 148. It's closer than
Yeah.
we imagine, and we will still see some nice improvements from all these players, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's so nice to see the variation in their strategies. Especially Joker going this kind of different way around the back stairwell to get to this target. Yeah, that poison is just so beautiful at the beginning. I really like to see that from everybody.
It's such a comfort kill because having one target down in any way, even if it takes a slot so early, just so important, as I don't think Joker will stay green.
Oh, we got time from Scruffy. One of our players who didn't have a time. Almost looks like binary to score, but it looks like it's going to be a second place, 107. Bridging that gap between Danny and 420 perfectly almost.
Yeah, anyone who likes the 6-digit numbers, this is the second one who cracked the 200,000 mark. I guess it's not quite the sub one, but very solidly in second place at the moment.
Mika is technically on green guns pace here to the exit as well. Could see potential snipe of Linux. 148 is the time to beat. Just missed the 132. And we do get a green gun run from Mika, which is vital right now. But fortunately, I don't think that changes. One position above Linux, I suppose, actually. We just said. Could be the difference.
7 players, 7 SA times. It's really important to see and encouraging that the contract wasn't so hard, so bad for them. Of course, they've already shown in Sapienza how good they are in such quick time, but now it's about getting the time to stay in the top 5. Do you have any guesses what the cutoff time will be, what the 5th place time will be?
I think 120. No, 122 will be the cutoff time in the end. I feel like a lot of these players are going to figure out something pretty soon to shave off like 10 or so seconds. They have 20 minutes, which, like I said, is nearly half the time. And hopefully they, like I said, they get rid of that kind of tunnel vision and they realize I got to spend a minute just figuring out how to save a big chunk here because otherwise I'm going to be gone. I can't run this route over and over and hope something just comes out of it.
Yeah, it's a really good guess there, and I feel similarly. Like I think all 5 of them could still get into the top 3, and I wouldn't be comfortable with 420's 126 as good it is in just 25 minutes, but the opposition is also so good there.
Yes, still such interesting approaches. I love seeing all of these different ways of killing the targets, whether it's Napoleons or explosive foams or just tranks and poison, or pistol sniping if you're crazy.
Rudy's. Um, One say Rudy's lady, but all three of them are ladies. The massage lady was found, and this is becoming just a pacing run. Rudy with a 132 at the moment. Could be dead by a few seconds, but those few seconds will actually mean potential positions in a green gun run, so...
Yeah, exactly. And oh yeah, look at that pace from Crudy. It would perfectly hit them at 128 maybe, which would just be above Joker if everything went smoothly.
Umiko might be ending with a leg shot there, but gets into combat. It's just so unfortunate with the extended illegal actions, but Miko was looking at the 120 something as well.
If they can perhaps pick up an apple or a muffin anywhere along the way, could make that a little bit safer for them, but that would have put them in a good spot. I'm not sure how long the run to the exit would have taken, but if they got there before 129, that would have been a comfy spot for them.
Ooh, and there's the big Joker improvement, just as I was switching scenes, but we can still see the end of this. 129 Joker's PB, 26 what 420 has, and he pips him by a couple of seconds there.
Somehow gets that 124. That was a really nice ending there for Joker.
Third place for the time being, behind Scruffy and Dunny, the top row of this other scene. Currently the other two players, Linux and 420, are, I guess, 7th and 4th. Ooh, and we're right in time for a Dunny improvement, perhaps. It's a Dunny tie. No, not even that.
No. Actually, a slower pace, which is just stupid.
So ridiculous, right?
Yeah, I think Danny is literally just going to be scratching for milliseconds now, unless something major comes of it. They actually got to a point where if they're hitting that pistol shot first try, that whole sniper idea is just out the window, because they already surpassed all the time of it save.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was a good suggestion, and it is a good suggestion rather. But that is just has too much time to make it right with the pistol.
Yeah, exactly. It assumes consistency, but Danny isn't in any need of that right now. And also, we're noting Scruffy's kill here is really interesting. On the top left, the snipe all the way across can actually keep it green as well. Never mind.
But sometimes it can. Just nothing this time. A good approach.
Yeah, could be a very interesting kill. I'm not sure they'd get the waitress though with that approach, because they were going the opposite way, I believe.
It's important that those are 2 shots. I assume the second one for the doctor.
What's up?
Is Scruff is still getting away with this?
No way, right?
Unconscious witness in the end. I think the Chang lady saw too much, but otherwise it's a nice one.
And yet Danny is just going absolutely, just barely even aiming in to just try save seconds, because that's all they can do right now. You know, Linux going for a pistol snipe. Tough one though. Not even sure if there's an angle directly to that target.
Ooh, as you say this, I'm not sure where the doctor is, but Linux found the angle, and 126 going to tie 420. It's down to the score, who will be 4th and 5th.
Yeah, now if Linux... Oh, it's going to be close. 490.
I'm holding my breath, I don't know what 420's score is.
One with the truth. It's going to be as close as I actually expected it to be, but wait, is that correct?
Linux correct, definitely had a 20. Wait, what doesn't add up here? Linux didn't have a 22. He had a 26, right?
Could have been an incorrect digit from Linux.
Oh well. I don't mean oh well. But...
Oh wait, Wait. I thought it was actually me that typed an incorrect digit.
Very
Apologies.
important. Which person are we banning from the community now? And it is not Linux.
But yeah, you were correct. The 126, which is barely beneath 420. I can tell you exactly how many points it is.
She controls the spot.
18 points away from 420.
That is sick.
Yeah, and that's literally the difference of bumping on a corner or not. Like we said, if every point is 7 milliseconds, and that's what I'm not that good at maths, but such an insane difference in time.
That's a very few times 7 milliseconds.
Yeah, that's an 18 times 7 milliseconds difference between them. And any time from Mika as well. That looks like a big save from Mika.
Oh, just missing out on action on the other scene, of course. Joker had that
Ooh.
time/score after Mika's. I think that was added. That was the 124. Yeah, it's barely above Linux's time, and
Yeah, and Mika just got a time there, 127, which was a big jump, but also it's 1 second beneath Linux, who just improved their time. So Linux actually saving himself, touching the red there.
by now it's getting ridiculous. I think Zai said how close it is before Mika joined the party with 127, but now it's 8 seconds between the 5.
And I have to say, Linux right now is kind of going through the Danny phase of if I hit this pistol shot first try, I can save about 12 seconds if I can get the stall line together. And I have 12 minutes to grind it out. Linux could honestly be flying it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the race is too tight. I don't think we will have a lot of time to talk about Danny, but he's replanning. He had the sniper, now he doesn't, I think. But went into a lot of combat for routing a bit. He's not taking extended breaks, he just wants to get the best time in the 45 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And we're slowly getting close to that proposed cutoff time I was mentioning. 122 was the time I was hoping for, and 126 already is the cutoff time, so 4 seconds away from that. Because they are all slowly getting there. You can see 420 doing the double trank and pistol shot, which I saw a couple of players doing.
Yeah, both.
And
Yeah.
Danny actually trying something new here. Pistol snipe through the foliage over to the Mazur.
Oh my. I mean, there is
Oh.
potential for that to stay green, and if that happens, then Danny can get the winning shot at 42, exit at 46 or 47. There is some seconds in it, but yeah, Danny really doesn't have to do this, and he still does. That's how crazy he is.
Yeah, crazy possibilities for Danny with that, if everything lined up. I don't know if the water would be the key to that, or if just hitting it first try. We've got a new time for Crudy. And that looks
Oh.
like a big improvement as well. I think that's going to be a major time here.
Now we're definitely changing to the other scene. I was looking at Linux and 420 getting so close to finishing their runs. Basically, Linux just needs to hit the shot a couple bullets earlier, and he's way under 120. And 420 had a 121 or 22, literally what you mentioned as the
Ooh.
cutoff.
Look at that Crudy time.
Oh my!
They just got it so close.
This is crazy.
This is very crazy. This comes down to one good run for anybody. It's like they're trying to make the number nice again. If 420 gets that 125, I'd be very happy, but this is crazy. It's almost... You couldn't predict it to be this nice for every round.
We're not rigging this. We're not telling them how fast to run, but they are actually finding their peaks at the same time. This is such an insane contract for it, and it delivers.
Amazing stuff. And yeah, like I said, Crudy just needs 1.5 seconds, and that gets him out of relegation. Same with Mika, only 1 second. But if two of them improve their time just a slight bit, that pushes two players who aren't even in the relegation down, just based on 1 second, which is just crazy.
I don't know who watches the live scores, which, I mean, everyone can see here, but the players also have their views. But how tense it must be if you're sweating those times.
I was going to say, Mika's breacher kill is coming together so nicely. She places a breacher on the doorway, as I said earlier, and pops at the exact moment, which is not an easy thing to do. And actually could be on pace to get out of that red. If we get a nice pistol snipe, possibly, but there's a lot of waiting here.
Mika suffering from those double view cones that might be killable for the lady, but she leaves. I think that was...
Oh,
Wow! The exit is just too far away, but I think if Mika could hit that shot inside the hut, Mika would be through, but it's not 127.
nah. But I have to say that's a really promising run. It might make Mika realize that if she panics on the side of the building, maybe like the Ludmilla one, that she might run out, go through the water, and then you can actually leg her there, which would be amazing to see. I'd love to see a kill like that.
Yeah, I think that like Mika would definitely get third if they could get the kill inside the hut at the start of the panic. But I think they're just asking for too much, and Mika just needs any finish that is a bit quicker, just a second or two quicker what he currently has.
Also, we're noting Joker was really close to a pace there. He was getting the final kill at 111, almost in the doorway of that final target by the default start. But unfortunately, the Trank missed. Would have had about 13 seconds to get to exit, so I don't even know if we would have seen a PB. Joker's going to squeeze every drop out of that route.
Yeah.
7 minutes left is not enough time to look for something crazy, especially since Joker's in third place, but is technically less than 4 seconds away from being last.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just still crazy to me, with such varying routes.
3 people would need to improve to beat out Joker, but it's such tiny improvement that it feels also likely for any of them, really.
Yeah. So fun seeing the chat just be like, this is so close.
I mean,
It really
I was
is.
hoping for closeness, but this is actually even closer than Sapienza, which of course is a shorter contract, but as the ratios go, it's just incredible.
And again, Mika, this breacher kill is so cool. I can't imagine how they're getting Omi of an improve from Linux, who is 5th place, so he's going to be bridging that gap just a little bit, and that looks like a massive improvement from Linux.
That's
He's currently on 126. They're gonna be-
1,500 points. No, 2,200, sorry. Look at him skyrocket from 5th place and 126 to
Wow.
3rd.
17 seconds improvement from Linux there in one go, which is probably one of the biggest jumps we've had because of that pistol snipe, funny enough, and paid off for them.
Mika gets
So, yeah.
the last kill at 113, but I think went immediately red.
Oh, and that's worth noting as well. 420 is the person who's on the firing line now. A good run from Mika or Crudy, and 420 could suddenly be pushed down,
And
which is crazy.
Crudy has a really easy finish here, although it's a long neck snap to finish 113, and you said it's 13-ish seconds to the exit.
26. Oh my, no, I think it's going to be a 129, 128 even. So close.
He ties his best time,
Oh.
maybe beating the score. Not even that. And now it's 5 minutes to go.
I think the only improvement I can imagine for Crudy is if they could pick up a lethal melee on the way. That would save a lot of time for them. Those 2 seconds that are vital if they are looking at that live leaderboard.
Exactly.
So close.
Putting all the roulette knowledge to test. Any lethal melee is on the way. It could be the kitchen knife in the kitchen. The cleaver of the bar I think is too far away, and I don't really think any screwdrivers are nearby.
Is Mika going for I thought it was a pillar shot beneath to make the lady actually come down.
There's the quick kill. Mika, 109, I think that's enough. If the doctor doesn't route back, of course.
Oh my. This could actually be the most vital run for Mika right now. And I think we're going to see it. I think that's it. Wow.
119.
I'm curious if Mika even knows the impact that run has.
The way he reacted after getting the green gun kill, he definitely did.
It was Mika from 6th up to 4th. That puts 420 into the red, I think for the first time this contract in the final 4 minutes.
Yeah, 420 had that 126 so early and seemed so convincing, but of course this contract turned out to be something that everyone got a green gun run on and then started optimizing, and that's the answer to you, Wanzi. Players can join the chat once they're done trying, and Danny did finish trying a couple of minutes ago. He was looking to get some sub 50s, but sub 1 is so insane either way.
Yeah, sub 1 is definitely a really good run on this, especially since when you have two players who broke the 110 barrier, let alone the minute.
Joker now on the
Ooh.
cutoff. Crudy's changed up his loadout. But the second Chang didn't hit the message lady.
Oh, so close. And yeah, it's we're knowing Joker is actually the person that's on the elimination boundary right now if they get beat by one person. For 20 or Crudy, who are looking really good. Crudy especially has some really nice ideas.
Yeah, although I think I have to just check back quickly on 420 if he's doing anything, or how he's doing rather. No, he's done trying. 420 won't be advancing. Linux, I think, also done. Danny, of course, here in chat. So it's Scruffy going for first place, but then let's look at Crudy if he can take fifth place or better.
Definitely our front piece right now. He's the only player with the ability to move somebody out.
But I don't think it just hits unless Crudy knows that it can go through the curtain, but it just doesn't seem like.
Ooh, and this is the last attempt for Crudy, based on their pace, without a doubt. So either we get a run here from Crudy, or it's going to be our top 5 secured.
Oh, it's a long cutscene, 1 minute 16 to go, 15, 14.
Oh, and that even just that cutscene can be the difference. But if they can save a lot of time, you never know.
And if you don't spend a lot of time in inventory, then you might have enough time with stream delay.
Yeah, if you combine the times right now, they'd have to be getting like a 121, assuming no more inventory buffers, which is not an easy feat.
I just don't see the Jank hitting. There's the question mark, and there's the lady who finds 47 chest passing. Yep, there's the evidence of the dart. I've seen the dart. It's hidden in the...
Yeah, unfortunate collider there for Crudy. But it is what it is, and that's going to be our top 5 secured then. So close to the cutoff time. 124 ended up being our final figure for that, or 126 even. 420.
What the run is going to end in 10 or so seconds now.
Yeah, I can post that time is up as well.
Appreciate it. Channel joined, got the unofficial 4th place. Playing in chat. 115 for HITMAN, or I think he just been routing that, so not sure if that's official, but so many close times.
Yeah, amazing from players there, and send a quick screenshot to our players of the current times as well.
And I just need to fix something in the other sheet, and then it should be good to go. Yeah, you can check the standings. Of course, after mandatory refresh, but here are the standings after the second round, and boy, was it a close one.
Yeah, very close one. Definitely a tight one near the end, but I will just quickly change the color of this cell as well.
Yeah, at least it's fixed in the main one, but
yeah, just in case 420 thinks they're still in because there's no red on their tile. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, what a round. Of course, Danny's round was just really nice, and they even knew themselves that they were going to be untouchable, so they took a break. But for the other players, 107, 109, then a bit of a jump to our other four, which was so close. And the routes were so varying as well, which was funny to see.
Yeah, I'm
And
just speechless. This might have been just the best round of contract wars I've seen.
yeah, I agree. I think that was one of the best rounds, to be quite honest. And it's so funny seeing the chat talking about their strats.
Yeah, that's a
And
really good part of it.
Mika realizing the clutchness of their time near the end, which was vital. Such a vital time, which pushed 420 in to elimination and Mika out. But yeah, we are down to 5 players now, which is going to get even tighter.
Mm-hmm.
I love these rounds. It gets so close near these final ones.
Yeah,
And we're going to
absolutely.
keep going until we get to 2 players, which is just so good to see.
Yeah. So let's just do some admin work and then get back for the third map in just a couple of minutes. And we should be back. And oh, of course, the automatic refresh on everyone's side. That should be good there. Round number 3 is coming up, and I'm not sure if it can top the second one, but it's going to be the bonus round, the extra round.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I could be mistaken in saying it, but actually, I have no clue, so I'm not even going to pretend like I have any pre-knowledge. But throughout contract wars, have we had many like non-roulette contract ones? I know we had like Icon and stuff, or how many have we had?
So we've worked with Red Fox on the 4th edition, the previous one. He was kind enough to let us have the name for this time again. That one had Patient Zero, and I think it was because we always wanted, or Red Fox always wanted one map, exactly one, which is not the main roulette one. So you could always say that there's the Season 1 round, the Season 2 round, the Season 3 round, and then the bonus round. So I don't think it has been in the final test, hopefully not.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Final Test before. That's why I'm so unsure about it, but it'll be interesting nonetheless. And like Danny said, there is the potential for triple shots, of course, but to be honest, you can't triple shot all 4 of them. It's such a mess, whether you think you can or not. So we're going to see some really nice distractions and infiltrating of the place that I love seeing. It's one of the best reasons I think for this map. And the fact there's so many falling objects and fall kills, just such a fun map. Which I love to see the spotlight shone on it for this.
And we can go now. And
Oh,
you're exactly right about the triple shot aspect. One thing they can't do for these guard targets is the taser kill, because it's default loadout for the final test. Five enter, 3 remain, and Joker starting with the obvious thought, and that was my also first obvious thought there, is to not put a target on the outside balcony, because people do tend to be able to snipe them. This is my contract, by the way. Yanni said it's fine after playtesting it, so I'm really hopeful that it will work out as map number 3 of Contract Wars 5.
and yeah, I have to say, as long as like contracts aren't insanely difficult, I think theoretically in competitions like this, any contract isn't too difficult. It's just really good because as long as you can finish it 5 stars within a relatively good time, you're always going to see some really cool improvements come out of it. So that's why I love to see literally any contract, regardless. And already look at this from Mika. Look at that angle.
Looking at the targets there, about the 4 targets, of course, 3 soldiers and 1 guard, and 2 of the soldiers are at the top of the stairs. They are basically the checkpoint guards of the regular security guards, so in one sense they are isolated, and they are fine, their bodies are fine for extended periods of time. So they're not free, but they're not hard either. And you can see the one at the bottom as well. Ooh, Mika getting that nice snipe. There's the bottom Soviet soldier, and then 1 security guard near kitchen.
Forget about it. Who cares anyway?
I'm interested to see here from a couple of players. We can actually see Joker, I think, is the first person to actually get a disguise. Of course, it's allowed.
I think it's also encouraged here, or
Yeah,
in my testing.
I would agree with that. It's a very tough map to traverse, especially once you go inside, unless you're on the very top level to get around. But getting into skies really quickly is a good idea. There's a couple of free ones as well, I believe, in this map. There's a changing room over on the east side.
And there are, of course, I guess, two main ways to get a disguise here. Either look of wood, the infamous 3-second, I guess 4-second target, including the 3-second exit. That gives you the security guard outfit. But it's also not a difficult thing to get if you want to get any of the targets, I guess, for better access, these kinds of them.
Also gotta say, Scruffy, even though they're pacing, they already looked like they could possibly have like a 110 route. That kill at the end is the only question how they're gonna do that, but I really like their first 3 kills there. They looked really nice.
Yep, and this is 3 minutes and 20 seconds into the 45-minute timer, so
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna see a lot of improvement from everybody. Because it is technically a small map. It is I see it as a big map and a small map because, in a weird way, there is a lot of areas that take a while to get to.
a lot of agility actions get through the fences and up the pipe, and yeah, those can add up.
Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to see if we see any crazy ideas from anyone. This target by Joker, a lot of players already realized you can actually just pop him in the head, and he should be fine for a little bit. And also down that hallway, you can actually snipe that other guy with a distraction, which we saw Scruffy do not too long ago. We might just see him do it again now.
And just going to answer Linux, who's just gone offline and asking me about it.
And yeah, hopefully Linux is all good.
Mika with 2 kills down, still green guns.
Yeah, very nice right now from Mika.
Now we'll have to see how long that Soviet soldier is going to stay, and if Mika had a blunt item, then it would have been a quick last kill, but it won't be the case.
This looks really good right now for oh, and the body gets found just as I say it. But looking really potentially close for Mika. Maybe if they can throw that coin and then leave and go to exit, they'll save that necessary time for even just a distraction on the guard who found the body. But again, we see Scruffy going for this route, which I really liked early on. There we go, kill at 47 seconds.
Yeah, crazy how good Scruffy's pacing / routing has been, because now it's just one to go, and I think that's the pivotal part. Can you have a can you get an item for this last kill, or will you use the coins, of which Scruffy still has 4?
Wow, yeah, they actually gained coins, and there's the body found. That seems to be pretty common around the 110 mark, which we saw for Mika as well.
Ooh, Scruffy may still have this 4-star. Found just passing, so 3.
Yeah, that would have been nice to see from Scruffy, but yeah, sub 130. But of course, a few too many stars. PB though.
I think that was submit by Scruffy. Yeah, with the fire emojis as well.
I'm sure the Google Sheets formula would love the fire emojis. And then put that in.
It's not 5 stars, but rather 6 fire emojis.
True silent assassin. Oh, and yeah, it seems like Linux definitely having a bit of trouble. Hopefully they can get back though.
It would be kind of anticlimactic to go from 4 active players to 3 and then 3 to 2. Imagine if Linux was in the next round and be the only one eliminated because they don't have internet.
True. Still such a nice angle from Mika there. I love that kill. barely a glimpse of that guy's forehead. It's worth noting as well, I think the hats technically count as like their body when you shoot them, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
Which is still a funny idea. I feel like there's a couple of targets throughout the trilogy I like that. Like I'm sure if you shot the fortune teller in his headpiece, it would actually count as a headshot.
it's such a nice knowledge. And we'll definitely have these players. It's Mika with the 3rd kill. And just that rooftop agent, I think he will be found by
Ooh.
Netske. That's the Soviet commander.
In like 5 seconds, 110 is when the body
Yeah.
gets found.
Oh no.
Ah. But it's worth noting if Mika can save 1 or 2 seconds. Because I think the time everything stops once you hit the button. Even it's like the Paris helicopter. Once you start the action, I think you're okay.
Yeah. And I don't think it's like the chunking tier 3 exit where the timer still goes. Should be
Yeah.
over once you press exit.
I do hope so. Also, Danny has such a nice route already if they can do a couple of shots. 23 seconds for the first 3 kills. But that final tag is definitely a doozy for this one, especially with the routing that Danny had decided to go for.
Scruffy with a nice clear out as well, still downstairs. But he's really saving a lot of resources by not having to go up for the other Soviet soldier, not the one he just shot, but the guy who's found at 110, we've just found out by Mika, and I don't think this will be quick enough for Scruffy, and hopefully no loud gunshots, but red guns already, so much for that, sadly.
Danny switching it up a little bit. Body shot that 3rd target. It's going to allow him to go over to where the body shot took place from. And maybe just a little headshot there. Oh, I was about to say, there's no way that body doesn't get found.
Still 35 minutes for those bodies to not get found in one of those rounds, and might just happen one day. Mika, with the improvement, now has the crowbar. I don't think any combat action has happened there, so if Mika could press before 110...
Oh, this is going to be close. 109 late is when the body technique gets found.
And it's such a throw
Oh.
that your run doesn't end when you press the prompt, it ends when he presses the button, but Mika's out with the 109 and the first SA score of round 3.
Very, very nice for Mika. And especially the pace, not only to get a run, but the pace that they're actually getting is really nice to see. A 109 is really impressive. I think we saw Danny was only getting like a 1 minute pace altogether, but that wasn't even green guns. But a couple of players are definitely looking at getting an SA run really soon.
Yeah, this is nothing like previous rounds where it took so long to get SAs. Scruffy just turns red by the Soviet soldier seeing the body at the last millisecond. Oh, Camel just woke up. Oh no.
Unfortunate for Camel, but
Yeah,
would have been a
maybe
tough day regardless. To be honest, I don't think anybody taking it for granted.
even at first contract, I mean, Camel could test himself if he can get a sub 50 in 45 minutes on the Sapienza contract. The competition is really fierce here today. Also, welcome Snail. Welcome everyone who's slowly joining in through the rounds there. This is really getting more exciting by the second and by each round.
Yeah, for sure. This is crazy right now.
So what I also really like, just really quickly, what I also really like about these later rounds is that all the players are in the same scene. So you can see any of these rounds developing, as you're gonna say.
Exactly, yeah. And I was just about to say, I love the entrances from everybody. Everybody's taking like a different approach to getting in. So people going over to the right side, Danny going through the main gate, just tons of distractions. And some people even going to the left side, I think, for a little bit. We actually have a run from Linux, which I think is a 5-star it is, at 2:37, which is still the time, regardless of how fast it is. You don't have many runs, so it's still a third place.
It is, yeah. Not even third, it's second, since Scruffy doesn't have essay time, but
Of course, yeah.
it's a good benchmark.
Yeah, definitely a good benchmark to have. Any time is good to have. Clancy in these first couple of runs. And so many players are so close to getting some of this. Danny and Joker still haven't actually published a time, but still really promising routes right now.
Probably, yeah, the two players with the biggest potential. Also, now that there have been multiple rounds, I'm going to plug the live score sheet, which can show the previous rounds. Danny finished first in both of the previous ones, and Joker finished second in Sapi. Scruffy finished second in Haven.
Yeah, some really close between a couple of them. At the moment, I'm trying to see what else. Who's their other player? Yeah, Joker, yeah, like you said, second and fifth. He got really close to going in that second round. Danny, of course, probably wants to keep that clean streak alive. Who else? We have Mika actually in the first round nearly got popped out, but really salvaged it with that run near the end of round 2. So many players really either started off really well and are slowly getting closer to relegation, or they started off pretty bad and they're really making a name for themselves.
It just goes to show that any given player could be out each round. And there's definitely no one safe there. It's not even the 109 by Mika, which currently leading by a very large margin. I don't think that's a O2 saves time, and Mika knows it as well.
Danny with the 3 kills again at 27 seconds. Green as well, just one target left. And of course that body doesn't get found till 109, so one pistol shot, maybe a distraction would be enough.
Just shoots him, and now he's in the grace of the last soldier. There's the first sub one.
Wow. It's like Haven all over again. Super nice there for Danny. And I can't wait to see the emoji reactions to that time.
It's quite the run there.
Yeah, super nice run from Danny there. 56 seconds. But yeah, like I said, our first score. Oh no, actually, Mika had a score. Sorry, just barely breaking the 200,000 barrier.
Krudi there, who played until Haven, says he's an AI, and it's kind of a solid suggestion there, because he's just really unstoppable, especially for live games, live events.
Yeah, definitely a really good player, Danny.
Yes, sadly that's a limitation of this contract's engine, is that Steam and Epic may have the same code. It would start same prefix to start with a 1, while PlayStation is 2, Xbox 3, Switch 4, and I think the others are
Linux
1.
just got a run.
Sadly, these contracts cannot be played on Steam. If you see them on Epic, there's the Linux best score.
Yeah, it isn't going to change anything in terms of position, but of course you want to keep improving your time. So if somebody does get a run, you're just lowering the chances they'll beat you.
Ooh, Joker was fine until he couldn't avoid Netscape. He's routing. He's not routing a sub 110, but he's making sure that the body is dragged away.
Yeah, and I think that's what Joker needs right now. Their time to beat technically is a 141 until Scruffy gets the time that is SA.
Yeah, speaking of Scruffy, he just said he doesn't really like the contract. kind of similar feelings of the field at the beginning of Haven, and that turned out quite fine. Hopefully they do end up enjoying the contract. You want them to have fun.
Yeah, it's a tough one for sure. Let's see if any of our players are varying their strats at all. Looks like Danny's just running the same approach they had before. Whereas Mika is heading over to that right side, getting the crowbar, which is one benefit of this size. You actually get a blunt object to knock out some people. Oh, Scruffy's just not having any luck with the knockouts. Keeps getting unconscious witness, but a glance from the guard just before he gets knocked out.
Ooh, Linux luring the Soviet soldier down.
Yeah.
With probably a coin.
And the other one actually is going to be lured away, which it's on there, 141. It's a really nice route. Super safe.
Mm-hmm.
And the time to beat is a 141, which you're definitely going to beat. Nearly 135.
Inch by inch. I guess it makes sense to say it in Imperial, but this is
True.
getting lower and lower there. Mika's
Yes.
109 might just be their PB no more. 107, 108.
Might be 107. I think the button is a tiny bit misleading.
Oh, okay.
We'll see now, though. Yeah.
And Scruffy pacing similarly. The last coin throw and the kill happened around the same time, but Scruffy missed the shot. And also it was a frontal one to the security guard's head, so I'm not exactly sure if he wouldn't be found or he would.
Yeah, it's tough to say. Danny potentially being his time. No, gets red guns. It's looking to be about a 53, 54. But yeah, definitely still a bit of competition here. Because we need a couple of... Technically, Scruffy and Joker don't have a run yet. You could say Scruffy does, but since they are the last person with a submitted time, once they get an SA one, it'll definitely turn things up a little bit. But Joker is our only player who technically hasn't submitted anything.
Yeah, once again, I think that's just a good aspect that you do need an SA time. Ooh, this could be trouble, and then he gets into combat.
And it's definitely worth noting, if Joker can just get this route that they have green, they are just about on pace, I'd say, to beat that 135 that Linux just improved upon. But it would be close now that Linux keeps shaving time and time again.
Joker getting so close with
Yeah.
that push.
Super safe drag from Joker as well, because that body does get found, as we said. Or actually, no, the other body gets found at 110-ish.
It's the jag that you make for your first run. You probably save some time by not doing those extra safe stuff.
Yeah, and Joker, actually, spending the time to get the wrench, which is probably just about the same time he'd save. Now just a kill. And in front of the exit, 135 is the time to put red guns. And who spotted the body? The people outside. But Joker looking more and more likely to get that green run now.
Yeah, but Joker looking...
Scruffy with a time... Oh, so close for Scruffy.
It was green until the very, very end. The last security guard caught him trespassing. It's a lot of whoosh from the other NPCs too, but he's the main one. And Scruffy going to Romania to get that clipping off, I guess.
Definitely a good contract to have it on. Oh, we got another time for Linux, but it was a 128. I don't know if they're actually going to publish it.
They turned 4-star in the end, so...
Oh, of course, yeah. That would do it.
Sadly not the case. And Scruffy with clipping back off. I always need to think, like, you turn off the clipping. Or no, you turn on
It's
the
actually
clipping,
on, yeah.
Clip through NPCs. The definitions are hard for me.
Yeah, still such a crazy tech in theory to see players use. It's used a lot, but
Hmm.
crazy to think that people found a consistent way of setting it up. Oh, and an improvement from Danny. 1 second. Down to a 55, I believe.
I would say it might make the difference, but it does for anyone but Danny.
True.
Joker
Yeah.
just letting out some frustration.
Very similar to Haven, like I was saying earlier. Danny already under the 1 minute barrier, just trying to get closer to 50, whereas everybody else is just battling to get somewhere around 110.
But this has
Oh,
the
Mika.
potential. Oh, speaking of the 110, Mika's just getting further away from it.
Yeah, very nice from Mika. I think that was like a 6 second save. Yeah, it is going from a 107 all the way down to a 101. Or 102? Did I...
Was 102 on Mika's screen, so
Oh, okay. I probably
doesn't
saw
seem-
the ending time, yeah.
yeah. But 7 away from Danny. There is a world when Mika or someone else could challenge Danny a bit closer.
And yeah, so similar right now between Joker and Scruffy until they vary around here. Joker goes up the pipe, I believe. Although he does restart, and Scruffy goes straight through past the airplane.
Halfway through, and I guess about halfway as far as the essay times go. Scruffy and Joker still needing one. Of course, the other three would set to improve their. Scruffy also at the
Oh,
very
so
end.
close. But Scruffy's looking very good. I actually think there's a potential for Scruffy to barely get ahead of Mika if the stars align.
Yeah, currently it does feel like Scruffy and Mika for second place and Linux versus Joker for fourth, so it's not quite the elimination battle, but Joker and Linux could still improve a lot. Danny back to pacing, or at least he was conscious passing by multiple people, so the elimination of the security guard wasn't.
Oh my, and Danny's using the trespassing, I think, to his advantage to bring the guard into a different room to follow him, so he doesn't have to knock out anybody. Just a really nice time save if that works out, but leaving a lot of things in the air there. But that would definitely be the tech he needs if he wants to push his time even further, which he doesn't have to, but that ain't gonna stop him. Linux gets an improvement.
Linux really doing well in this contract with the constant improvements, and that could raise his motivation more and more, and who knows where he will stop. Currently very solid third place, of course a bit in Scruffy's hands. If Scruffy has a run, it's probably still quicker than 126.
Oh, and the big run from Joker there was a 4-star, maybe just a
4-star.
pacer. Yeah, and that run even wouldn't have gotten them out of the elimination zone, but it would have been a run to put them ahead of Scruffy, I'd say.
Yeah, and as such it makes sense not to submit it.
Yeah.
This game sucks so much, says Joker after the 4-star run. I'm sure it's frustrating, but still 20 minutes to go.
It does seem like there's a couple of contracts every now and then that just catch people off guard.
Yeah, I mean, to do well in contract wars, you need to be not last in all of these contracts. You need to have a feel for all of them and feel for contracts from all seasons. And this curveball of a bonus mission is just, it's tougher than it seems. It's not about just
for sure.
doing well in a couple of contracts.
Danny on potential for a new PB, but gets the kill. That's definitely going to be a P for Danny if the guns don't get shown. It's going to be a 50. I think the 51 is going to settle into that one.
It's actually
50 actually, wow. That button is more forgiving than I let on for it to be.
Yeah, good for
And
Danny.
yeah, Danny's not getting touched. I hate to say it. I think we could definitely see someone get close to 50, but I don't think we're going to see all 4 players get close to 50 as we hit the 17-minute mark.
No. And I was just checking, like 50-second Rango Bell for me, but then his Haven runs a 52-second in the end, so
Yeah.
not a carbon copy.
And yeah, I'd really love to see a run from Scruffy or Joker. Definitely make this 3rd place spot have a bit of tension, but just tiny little things each time catching them off guard. Whether it's getting spot at the ending or just getting spot at the start like Scruffy did just there.
So this won't be 5-star for Joker either, but I guess it could be because of the airplane mechanic. I think that's the name of these guys officially. But
Oh wow.
those are troublesome. Joker starts with body shots, interesting.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting one to go for on the start.
What's wrong with this guy? Playing chess at a time like this?
And that was it, the 203 was done. Getting to 50-second, and yeah, as fewer players are in the comp, there are fewer times submitted and it's easier to overview situation.
And Scruffy, I still like Scruffy's idea, but they just can't get it all to come together. They get that kill at 47 seconds, which is so good. Yeah, this door is the main thing.
And then he reaches the button at 51 seconds, but also red guns, and there's a Scruffy.
Scruffy, yes.
He skipped that animation so quickly, and the 105 exit confirms a 3rd place for a moment.
Wow, that's exactly the kind of run we needed from Scruffy. Finally getting rid of that 3-star time they had.
And Mika, oh, not quite a sub 1, could be a 101 maybe, but like Scruffy and Joker for so long, getting caught by the last Enforcer, and Joker will have the green gun finish as well. 5th place,
Ooh.
131 probably.
Yeah, it's going to be close, but that isn't going to help Joker much. Because everybody else has an SA time now.
We may or may not see Joker submit this one. Joker does see that he's outside, regardless of whether he's posting or not. So I think Joker's just taking a second before returning for the last 15 minutes. And Joker's not quite sure that he can get to 200,000 points, which I guess by talking scores instead of times, he thinks he doesn't know it's exactly a 105. But it's a big gap.
Oh, and again, Scruffy pacing. Pretty crazy time there. 55, I think they actually paced, which is a 10-second improvement if they can get all of it to string together.
And I think that's another 102 by Mika.
How close is it to a better 102? If they even post it. I don't think we're going to see a post.
201,609 from Mika. It's 100 points below their best. But holding strong in 2nd place.
Yeah, unless Linux can make a major alteration to their route, I don't know if they're going to be able to save 21 seconds off of it. So Joker also had a route, I think it was also about 120, so they're both going to have to find something major to bridge that gap. But still a lot of time left.
I think this is where Mika takes the longer break. 102 twice achieved. Probably that's their cap. And it's also looking very likely that it will be enough to advance. And I honestly think that 105 is really strong, but of course it's the current cutoff time, so Scruffy can't be too complacent.
Yeah, I agree. It's a really tough time to get to right now, but definitely reachable for all the players. And yeah, seems like Joker is back in, thankfully. I was worried he was getting a bit demotivated, that we saw in the chat, but luckily people gave him a bit of motivation.
Exactly. And Linux seems to be slowly conceding, getting terms with 4th place, which is probably the highlight. Because Linux hasn't been playing too many live competitions, but in such a strong field, he is currently looking to finish 4th for Contract Wars.
Yeah, definitely a really commendable place if that is where Linux stays for the duration of this round. Like you said, they are pretty new to these kind of events, so seeing somebody like Linux that we all know do so well is really commendable. And I'm sure it'll give them a taste for the next Contract Wars.
Excuse me, this is a private area.
And he's pacing more. I'm not sure where it went red. I think it was the body found from earlier.
Oh, and Danny's pacing 40s now, like 48.
Yeah, Danny's not stopping here at all.
Yeah, super nice stuff. Unlucky there for Linux. Panic didn't work out.
I guess these last 10 minutes are going to be a bit slower, with the main focus on if Joker can find a different route. Of course, same for Linux. But if these two can find a route that's 15 or more seconds quicker, but it's hard to come up with that so late in a contract.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely the kind of sculpting of the route gets so heavily influenced by what you find in the first 10-15 minutes. So it's very, like I said, you get tunnel vision when you're playing contracts. You think, you kind of force yourself into a box on how this target has to be killed. And then you see the run of somebody else doing it, and you're like, of course. Of course I should have known that falling object or the fall or the triple shot. But it's so easy to, like I said, put yourself in the box mentally.
That's the cruel part of the live contracts without the external help.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what we get though from Linux. Still looking really tough for Linux to be able to get back into that top 3.
Yeah, I think it's about these 2 targets. Of course, the top of these stairs. I think that's with the coins thrown again. It's a nice approach there. Hopefully it stays green, and then a quick last kill. 26 to beat. It's walking slowly though, unfortunate for Linux.
Yeah, and it's not going to be a 126, I don't think. It's going to be about 127, 28.
Yeah, it's Linux reaching the cap of this route in particular, and probably the cap of these 45 minutes for him, but 127 is still so strong.
Yeah, super good time. Because, like we said, it's worth noting, they're against 4 players. Everybody's against 4 amazing players in this, so getting any time, it's even contesting it, is amazing.
Mika's having none of those mechanics, and the body shot turns around the last NPC, but it's another 102, unfortunate.
Oh, points for consistency, for sure. Maybe a better 102? I don't think so. It's almost the same as we had earlier, 607. Just 100 points under their PB.
Oh, and Scruffy.
Yeah. Just about to say, on pace, maybe to beat their time. This exit is always the thing that gets them. On 103.
3 or 4, but it's not 5. Second better. And that was after he said before this particular run, wow, I just realized something. And I think we were also late to the party, but he had a brick in his hand, which I didn't see all throughout the run. So maybe he found a better melee item.
Yeah, that would be a really good call, actually, because I think that brick is new to their route. Not sure what happened with Joker there. Maybe they had to do something. But they got back into the contract.
Maybe they were in Romania again, but I honestly don't know at this point.
Oh wow, and you updated that time quicker than I even realized. Mika again on pace, but
I honestly can't tell.
that's a 101, I'm pretty sure. That's definitely an improvement for Mika. I'm almost certain of that.
It's not. 683.
What? Wow. That's surprising. They were 36 points away? 17, 19, 36, yeah.
It's still a close competition, but it's among the players themselves. Like, Mika
Yeah.
is so consistent, but on a different times.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun to see that little compilation video of all the runs like last time.
Mm.
Which is amazing to see. One
I
of my
mean-
highlights for contract wars for sure.
I mean, that's the fastest run compilation for each round. So it's currently Danny's Stappy and Danny's Haven
It's
and
going to be
Danny's
Danny's
Final Test.
YouTube video.
Maybe we can make him edit it together and upload it.
Yeah. But yeah, all it takes is one bad round for a player. We still have 2 left, and in multiple contract wars, you can see somebody doing crazy, always getting top 2s, but then all of a sudden it just hits them, and they're fighting for a couple of seconds to not get eliminated. So you never know what the next contract could bring.
Yeah, the next contract will be the most cutthroat one. 3 enter, 2 exit as finalists.
Yeah, one of the biggest cutoffs, I believe. So what's that, 40% of the players?
Yeah, basically. I mean, I guess only topped by the final, which is 50, but
True, actually, yeah.
at least you can say you're finalist then.
That's a very good point. And yeah, 5 minutes left now, so looks like Joker may have given up. It's definitely understandable. If you're having trouble finding a route, it's really tough to squeeze it out.
Yeah, and in Joker's case, it wasn't like he never got a run going, he never got an essay run. I think I just got the nice embed issues, reaching 2.5 hours. It's not bad for first
Yeah, that's
issue here.
pretty forgivable timing. Luckily, it's in the last few minutes anyway, and I don't think we're going to miss
Yeah.
too much action. Wow, that resolved quickly. Need to pray to the OBS gods too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, my new alternative to fix has just display capture with 5 browsers open with every stream.
It's something that could be learned or should be learned for 1v1, but for Contract Wars 5, I'm not there yet. So yeah, quickly about...
Lovely.
Oh yeah?
From Linux there, if you call it. Triple shot to bring the guard to him and fiber wire as he ran past. Style points there for Linux. It's really nice to see.
Yeah, I think Linux is a couple of seconds behind his best run, but definitely in terms of style, it's a nice final notes in these 4 minutes.
Oh, and it's worth noting that Scruffy did improve their time, and they're actually 63 plus 19, 82 points away from Mika.
Ooh.
Oh, it's just bragging rights at this point.
Yeah, but this is shaping up really nicely for, I guess, the semi-final.
Yeah, you like to see them all get close near the end. You don't want to see one player too far ahead or one player who's at just above the elimination spot. But oh, Danny got an improvement.
Why does it say... I guess it's a better 50 in terms of decimals, because Danny definitely had a 50 before.
Oh yeah, it definitely does better time based on decimals. On another improvement from Scruffy, is that going to be the one that brings him up? I think it is.
Yeah. Also, I don't think we've talked enough, but is Scruffy's button press quicker because of the crouching?
It's one of those things. We need like a Hitman Mythbusters video for all these things, honestly. you get on that. But yeah, some interactions are definitely shortened by crouching, but I couldn't tell you if that button at the end does it.
Yeah, Scruffy just keeps my attention there, and I guess time flies when you're so invested in the button press.
Yeah. Let's see if any improvements are on the brink. They're only going to have about 1 or 2 runs left now as we hit the 2-minute 20 mark.
And I guess all of them have their own side goals, but it's not about making through to the next round. The gap is just too big. Quickly about Joker, he doesn't have a score or time there. He just never submitted because by the time he got those impressive 5-star runs, he would have needed the 105. And he was far away from the 105. I think he had a low 120, which would get 4th place, but since it's not submitted, Linux will happily take that.
Yeah, unfortunate for Joker, but still an amazing performance, getting to the 3rd round regardless. And yeah, I think this is going to be our last run for a lot of the players.
Yeah, the last one of the afternoon for Joker and Linux for sure, and then he can still squeeze in a 50-second run with this quick restart. Mika on 2 targets, Linux in combat. Scruffy infiltrating and clearing out this area with the soldiers downstairs.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see anybody really get something in this last minute. Mika perhaps, but no red guns, unfortunately.
Look like potentially a better time than a 102 at last, but it's not green. Scruffy though.
Did you print out the safety protocol for the jet?
1 flat.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an improvement by 20 points.
Damn. Now I'm behind, but we will fix that before the next map. A nice 20-point difference there.
And I don't think you were behind. I think Scruffy was so fast to post the points that I saw it before you in the chat.
Oh yeah, we just had a generic stream delay then. Probably nothing bigger than that. And there's the marker.
I will post time is up.
And just checking if just going to fix Joker's there so that he appears in the sheet correctly as well. And I think we can show it that you have the current standings.
And yeah, no run from Joker, but okay, perfect. I was worried it didn't update for a sec, but yeah, pretty good. Top 3 times, gotta say. Didn't expect everybody to get so close to the minute barrier, but they really did press near the end there, especially Scruffy and Mika cleaning up the route they had.
Yep, and Danny just keeps winning and winning, but it's not a point scoring event. Danny could still be out if he becomes the last person in the round 4 contract, which will happen soon. Kind of have to figure out what kind of break you want right now, because I wanted to keep it open for a longer break, like 10 or 15 minutes if you prefer that, if the players prefer that.
Yeah, if the players need a break, then that's totally understandable.
So while we figure that one out and set up for, of course, the last 2 rounds, especially round 4 first, then we will see you guys in just a bit. And then there are 3 as far as the players go, and 2 more rounds to determine and decide the winner of Contract Wars 5. It's 25 more seconds and I still need to work on the countdown, but it's fixed now.
Yeah, no worries. And yeah, I'm excited for this. It's going to be a good one. I was just saying in the break. Doing for fun that Dubai is a very interesting map when it comes to contracts. Very vertical map, which lends itself to boosting, which is being hypothetically assumed is going to be gone. in just under 2 weeks. But we never know. This could be its testament before its removal. But yeah, we can see such varying loadouts. Gruffy with the double taser. Danny with the... Oh, and there's probably... hopefully the players know to go, but I think they know the time is at exactly on the minute, and they're all loading in anyway, so no point in messaging them.
Yeah, perfect. It seems that they are all on the Iron Man platform, coded by Curry. It only is needed for the timer this time around, but of course it supports all the different game modes.
And I saw a quick look at some of the targets there. There's this iconic one. Tech Crew, he's a falling object above him as well. That helicopter pilot's going to be an interesting one, I can already tell. Gruffy even wondering, is there any potential for a crazy shot? Which, there could be. Could definitely lure him to the edge. I think Scruffy might be thinking that. I already personally love this idea of the contract.
Not gonna lie, I've made the comments when playtesting Dubai a little and felt a little strange to have the helipilot in there, but approaching him is interesting enough for how free it is, because the fact that he isn't, like okay, you can, like Scruffy, shoot it from penthouse start, but you wouldn't really consider that as the #1 start, perhaps.
Yeah, I agree. And even a taser off here. See, this is where the contract gets interesting for me. Scruffy's routing to the rest of this. Because there's a lot of potential ways down. We're probably going to see the stairwell down the obvious way, but there really could be some interesting stuff here on the wrong taser for Scruffy, but it's going to pace it anyway. And funnily enough, although it doesn't match too much to these players, but me personally, I remember a contract, funnily enough, with 3 of the 4 targets that are in this. Not that it was a trending one or anything, but so interesting to see the correlation between targets.
Uh-oh.
Just a coincidence. It's an infinite amount of contracts at this point.
There are a limited amount of combinations. Of course, it's a very high number, and I guess it's a math joke with the... Like, eventually you will have these overlap, but hopefully not in a serious manner.
And yeah, just because I played it, it wasn't even in trending, so the chances of it even being known by these players would be mind-boggling. But definitely some potential for interesting kills here. Funnily enough, from that experience I was just talking about, both of those targets by the Art Crew start are both really open to falling objects really early on, which could be interesting to see from either of them, but nice to see everybody in chat as well talking about what position they'd come in. I have no doubt Pidgey and Tiesta.
Would it be the same competition in that order, or would it be considering Danny in the same event, who's really hard to stop so far?
Yeah, for sure. You can see Danny taking a different approach to the other 2 players. Getting the helicopter key, which is of course an exit that has a requirement similar to a lot of the ones on Ambrose.
It's a nice extra exit, but is there a world where Tommy Marovic, you said it, nice anagram on the Maverick.
Oh yeah. A lot of potential here. Gun flash for... Oh, and Danny testing out the soundproofness of the ceiling, which is really important on contracts like this for guards.
And of course, this is an important corridor which Scruffy is in right now, and as the body is being found by Marcus, and that's the exact reason. Because you can't leave the bodies around until Marcus arrives, but since he's the main target, there are plenty of options to delay him.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely some interesting ways of delaying him, like you just said. Danny bringing a trank this time. Buffy and Mika still going for this penthouse start because it gives that nice angle onto the helicopter pilot. And of course, a taser onto this entrance guy.
Didn't talk about who made this contract. For anyone wondering, Sapienza was made by PG, Haven Island, the second one by Yanini. I made the final test, round 3, and this is by Currymaker.
Oh, look at this from Danny. Is it going to work out for him?
It does, but I think it's also seen by the other guards, and the exclamation mark in the penthouse is gonna be fun.
Oh, I already love this from Danny. A good note for anybody wondering the kind of rule of thumb for wall bangs on the buy is a lot of the golden items, like golden linings on things, don't have collisions on them or allow wall bangs similar to glass. So things like the steps, for example, if they have gold lining on the edges of them, they're probably wall bangable. And Danny's using it to a good extent here. If he can get that to be his last kill, he'd be looking very good.
Yeah, with 4 targets, of course, the different orders just exponentially increase. Like, so many ways to chain these targets together, and if you end up with the heli pilot last, then you have this close exit, but he's at a very particular spot.
And no Xanacle, there is one contract left after this. Only one player gets eliminated here. And then we will have a final one where one player will move on.
This is a 1v1 final. Some of our events finished with a 3-person final. It was actually 4 players for Miami Meltdown, but Contract Wars end up with 2, and not gonna lie, until this morning I thought there were 10 entries, like last time around, so we would go 10, 8, 6, 4, 2. But I think we missed the forfeit when it happened earlier this week, and then we just had 9 players, and so now we had to do one elimination somewhere, because the maps were already made.
Yeah.
Didn't want to just not use a contract that late, or to modify the structure or anything.
And if you're wondering, Xanacle, you literally just the stair slide, look down at about 45 degrees, grids down the stairs, and just shoot. I don't even have to aim in. You just... Wait, I might be forgetting. I think you look down 45 degrees, shoot, hold left click, and you can leave go or right click to aim in, and you'll keep that. Yeah, 45 degrees is like a good angle to go for. But yeah, it's definitely used a lot by a lot of players, especially in contracts. Just free time save if you're trying to push. Once you've pushed everything else, that's where the next bit of time save is coming in. So you see Scruffy do it there.
It's especially important to do all the stair sliding in the first 10 minutes before having an essay run, but I mean, it makes sense. It just makes for more accurate timing / routing. Scruffy, yeah, making every stair count.
And that's the elite stair slide to be going for. That one is the most speed you can actually get possibly on a stair, is to use its railing, which is one of the toughest ones to get, of course.
Mika and Scruffy.
Approach?
Yeah? Which approach?
Yeah, I was about to say Mika and Scruffy's approaches are so similar but different at the same time.
They were thinking of very similar stuff for the first 45 seconds. Then Mika went for this falling object with the speaker on the corridor. Scruffy ripped by getting caught chest passing, and now Mika is in a prime spot to be the first essay finish.
Yeah, and his exit will definitely be the skydiving exit, I believe. Just need a clean knockout there. There's a propane there. You could just use the knockout or do the kill, but...
Or rely on panic, but don't let them walk too far. I guess it will work out in the end. Breacher drop. Red guns.
Oh, unfortunate for Mika, but the rat was there and plenty of time to get it to work.
Observer, I really need to apologize, but I do need to take a couple of minutes of break.
Yeah, of course.
AFK, and then please, if you could just keep the stream alive, I'll be back.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And Yeah, Danny is getting so close to getting this route that people are pointing out in chat that you could say he is trolling, but to be fair, it's a really crazy route from both the players right now. Scruffy on a pretty good pace. Actually, a snail in hand, which is an interesting one. Oh, and very nice running backwards shot there. Oh, and red guns for Scruffy. I think the taser was misthrown to a different guard there. But that's really unlucky. Danny on pace again. Has Trank in hand. Definitely one of the toughest kills I think I've seen is Danny's one here with a wall bang. All the way up vertically to the guards. There you go, the triple shot. Gets the kill. Danny running to the exit. We're going to have our first time here. Green guns. Oh, and Danny gets it. It's a really good time for Danny there. And I will definitely add that to the sheet. It'll be a 201, 204. And it's going to be a nice 105 for him. Carrying that top spot very nicely. Yeah, the Pidgey Jinx both ways for sure. Scruffy and Mika now fighting for that second place spot. Scruffy does get the correct taser kill. And his ending is so intriguing to me for Scruffy. Oh, and takes out the gun a bit too early, and also gets an NTK. Let's see Mika with the headshot into the helicopter pilot, but wasn't happy with it. I'm sure Mika and Scruffy are a bit annoyed about that start because you do gotta wait a couple of seconds to make sure you don't waste time cleaning that glass with the penthouse staff start. And I really love this angle that Scruffy found on the helicopter pilot in the main atrium of this upstairs area. And I think Danny is just experimenting now with some potential time save. Or consistency even. Oh, and Mika can't get that propane out in time. Scruffy's on a route again. Coins in hand. Drops every coin he has in his arsenal. Nice pistol shot. Scruffy still. Looks like Scruffy might get a run here. Guard has found a bit of a run to the exit. Those coins aren't going to last forever. I think we're going to get a finish there from Scruffy. Let's see what time that is going to be. 1. Oh, it was a 4-star in the end. Didn't quite catch what caused it, but it's a time nonetheless, so I will put it in. Although it won't convert to a time because time is only converted from an SA 5-star. Oh, and that's really unfortunate camera for Danny. But we'll use the time to pace regardless. So Mika being our only player now not to have a run. Published.
And I'm back, thanks for holding the post.
Yeah, no worries at all. And yeah, Danny is just, again, he's already kind of capped out his route that he has found. It's going to be tough to get a lower than the 105 for sure.
Took him long enough. Almost 15 minutes.
But yeah, both Scruffy and Mika. Scruffy did get a time, just got red guns in the last second. But I know that we're going to see a run really soon from now that has 5 stars in it. I think they were pacing. I can't even recall. I think it was like a 120-ish.
Oh my god, this is so smart from Scruffy. With that extra peekaboo. Delaying the art crew for long enough so that he doesn't see the body. And
I didn't even think that was intended, but maybe Scruffy was just so smooth with it I didn't even realize. But that's a big time save for Scruffy.
Because I think it would be the art crew seeing the body, imagining very similar round. And I think it would be the art crew ruining the round in the last second. So it worked out very well for Scruffy, and it's the second time on the board. Surprisingly, Donny leading as well.
You know that time breaking for 1 second. I hope nobody saw that. But Scruffy's time should update now. Accidentally broke Danny's time, but Danny's been doing that all day.
Yeah, the only way for Donny not to win is for us to input the wrong score.
Yeah. I'll just put a 1 at the beginning instead of a 2 and we're fine. Now the real question is, what happened on Danny's screen there? He shrank some. They fell off the map, I believe.
Oh my.
Like a shooting star.
Death by high velocity. I guess it's also 4 kilobyte.
And is Scruffy changing up their strategy? I believe they actually are. The real question is anybody else going to find some interesting kill onto the penthouse guard? If anybody else can figure out something.
What's the problem? 2, 7.
Who wins?
Scruffy eyed it up.
Yeah. I was very interested about that shot, but what Donny did very nicely with that angle up there. Scruffy just quickly checking the leaderboards. By the way, the remaining 3 players are all on Epic, so they could see each other. It's probably down to the penthouse target, really.
Yeah. To see Danny trying more and more to figure out something. It's really unforgiving. The ceiling, it's kind of confusing the way the bullets don't have to be closer to the target. They just have to be going through a wall bangable surface. With so much time left now, Mika just needs to get a run. I'd love to see a run coming into the sub 120 mark. Make this a really good stretch for the ending.
It's hard for me to compare with Mika's previous runs because they started penthouse and got 3 kills by 45 seconds, and I mean a long trip to get the last one. This is the different angle, bottom to top instead of top to bottom.
Yeah, for sure. This is way tougher, especially with the exits. I think Mika actually had a super nice route with the penthouse staff, but I don't know if they can get this when in striking distance, because even if they got the kill now, the run to the exit is just super unforgiving.
Yeah, the penthouse is just a tiny bit too big, and Mika's trying to get the same angle on the helipilot, but I think this is 140, 145 maybe.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit too slow, I think. And Mika will probably... Mika rip? Yeah, I was about to say, Mika re-entered that panic bubble that they created not too long ago.
Back to penthouse, maybe. Yeah, he selected it in the end.
Yeah, I think the most potential to get that close there, unless they find something crazy like Scruffy did and Danny did, we're not going to see crazy improvement from Mika. It's going to be really tough to beat that 105. 113 is definitely within striking distance. I'm curious where the time save is going to come for both of them right now.
Kind of what was expected here. Donny likely taking first again, and then Mika versus Scruffy.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, I think you can get away without being clipped on that camera, but Donny does this time around. It's not all too important. Still pacing. Triple shot to get regular guards around, and target only got double. He stayed in place and doesn't seem like anyone is caring, but of course soon enough they would be coming closer to the place. But I think that was Danny's exit choice. He was just missing 1 kill.
Oh, and I have to say, Mika It's looking closer and closer to being able to find something, but the exit's just too far away. Yeah, even if that went smoothly, I think Mika would have been looking at about just under 130, maybe a 125. Which just isn't enough to bridge the gap between themselves and Scruffy.
Deep breath and do exactly as I say. Understand? Good. Understood.
Now the panic on Scruffy's end.
Help!
But I guess it's just the target lockdown. It's not an all too big triple shot. Although this might be a better angle for the penthouse guard.
I want a different approach for Scruffy. If they can get up that stairs, that could be really interesting. Because that will give them a really nice exit and potential for a kill there, but the helicopter pilot is just out of view.
Danny getting the final kill at 1 minute, so... Or maybe even just below 1 minute, because when I was looking 1 flat, all the targets are down, so... Potential for Danny to tie or beat his own. Oh, Mika with the wrong prompt there, 108. Still green, but Marcus is right there.
Ah, the timing. Again, though, it's going to be really tough for Mika to get to exit in time. Maybe if they can somehow bring that guy around the corner and exit elevator, it would help them. But it's going to be really tough. Because
the elevator sounds really promising though, because it's right next to your route. Like you never really do too much detour to get there.
Yes, I got it. What? What are you doing down there? Are you drunk?
I just love it from Scruffy. Just clears the whole floor.
Yeah, funny enough, I didn't even consider the concept of doing that for contracts until not too recently, funny enough, based on some of the HITMAN community contracts that the season just finished, and you saw a lot of players use that tech to their advantage to get up here quicker. It's a really good use of it, because we have it driven into our brains that the only purpose for it is to isolate a target or to do some kind of wacky stuff, but never to just move them out of the way because you don't care about them.
Yeah. Mika looking to get the long range falling object. I think it's possible.
Yep.
If it's first try.
It's definitely possible, yeah. But it's a really tough shot. If you're up here, it's a lot easier, but otherwise it's an impossible shot. I'm not even exaggerating. I've grinded my contracts for sure on that guy with that falling object. And if you're below, it's like an impossible angle unless you're close to him.
Yeah. Danny and Scruffy now, I guess, permanently on the art crew start. And starting with the art crew target. But then the routes diverge and Danny ends up with the 8-second difference at this point.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be figured out by both players. Oh, and Danny may be getting? No, I don't think so. Maybe?
Seems so unlikely, but there's the finish. And
wow.
Another second shaved off.
Just barely, and is Danny in the pub shit? He is. A 201 or 205. Like I said, I'd love to see it from Mika. So close.
We need to see those 3 essay times compared to each other and to see if Mika's benchmark is any close to Scruffy. But of course, this way, Scruffy lives in uncertainty. He doesn't know what Mika's pacing, and Mika knows all 3 times. So,
yeah,
so it's not always bad to not have a submitted time.
Also, to answer HITMAN's question, the helicopter key is actually below the helicopter pilot at the bottom of the ladder. You might see Danny pick it up every now and then around the 20-second mark, as long as he doesn't change his route. But yeah, it's not too easy of an exit unless you head down there.
Potential for falling object, but all of these angles are just so horrible. Scruffy ends up with the headshot in the end.
No joke, the only angle I could find from times I grinded this was, you know that little chipboard, like 45-degree ramp that brings you down to where the guards are? Out by the vulture that are guarding that kind of frisk area. You have to stand on like the top of that to have barely enough elevation to see over a railing to hit it. And you can't even see the outline of the glow. You just have to aim and hope. Oh, Danny got a 101.
Yeah, nice improvement. I just found it very funny that that's the angle for the falling object. Sub 1 for the 4th time in a row. Real possibility for Danny, just 1 more second of improvement remaining.
Yeah, we won't even be able to put ads on the compilation video now.
We'll just have to do some extra rule to maybe have some other rounds involved.
Oh, Mika got that falling object kill. Oh, and this would be so close. This route is starting to come together now and gives a potential for 113. Beatability. Oh,
I don't know about this. I mean, at least it's going to be green gun unless the breacher kills. And then it doesn't go skydiving. Ah.
And whooshes at the end. Yeah. Wouldn't have been a difference in terms of position, but it would have been nice to have the run. Yeah, I think if Mika can somehow change that final kill to make it less RNG panic,
yeah,
that would be very good contender. But it's worth noting, maybe Mika actually let the skydiving exit go unforgotten. They might just be thinking elevators the only option.
I think so, because it just has to be closer, even if by just a couple of seconds.
Definitely, I'd say it's about 4 or 5 seconds difference between the two of them. If you're trespassing, it's a big difference.
For Mika's sake, it was probably making a 115 out of a 120 if he chose the right exit. So it's not quite Scruffy's time, but it's close enough that the 17 minutes of grinding could change that.
Oh, and Mika could not get that camera.
No.
For the life of them. But yeah, honestly, Mika's looking really good for a route right now.
It's just Scruffy needs to pay attention as well, because just because Mika doesn't have a time, Scruffy is still in some sort of a danger and needs to improve a bit to be safe.
Crazy triple shot there from Danny. Up to the guards. I'm not actually sure what that benefits. Oh, of course, it's a sharper line around the edge of the helicopter. Literally just shaving seconds. What a nice shot from Mika there as well onto the helicopter pilot. Such a nice angle.
Mika gaining confidence each run, and they definitely need it. So that we could see that 5-star finish for the first time for Mika.
Perhaps. Nice falling object. Love that timing. So lucky that timing lines up. If it didn't line up, that would have been a completely different route. Yeah, 13 seconds to get the exit.
Back to panic. Picks up the propane from the wrong angle.
I really think they just need to go for the pistol shot onto the head. I think the propane is losing them too much time, and they definitely don't know about the skydiving exit.
Yeah. Luckily no combat here, so at least we have something to compare. 125 would be probably a 120 with the correct exit, and it's right there. It's right around 113 with the correct kill, but it just cannot be the propane. Takes just too long.
Yeah, it's a bit too long. There's even a potential for a electrocution kill, which might even be faster in the scenario.
15 minutes to grind out something, and I mean, from Mika's perspective, they could keep the panic and then just a quick headshot. But they need to check for the exits, because that's not even going to be a green gun kill by the time Mika reaches the elevator.
Yeah, the issue with looking for exits is whenever you're heading to an exit and they're open, all you care about is perfect walking and running. So you're never going to look around. It's so easy to overlook them.
Yeah.
Even myself, funnily enough, him and Bingo, running all the way to default exit and holiday hoarders, I was standing next to an exit in the fireplace for about 20 runs before I realized somebody told me there was actually an exit in the fireplace. It's little things like that. You get tunnel vision.
At least it's one of the lesser known, but it always hurts no matter the map, indeed.
Oh, unlucky for Scruffy with that triple shot panic.
Yeah, we haven't heard a lot from Scruffy. I guess both Scruffy and Dunny just trying to get something optimized going, and with that, it's really going to be a full run.
And yeah, it's the score almost perfect. I suppose it is even perfect in its own sense. 12 seconds between all the players right now. Which would be nice to see a major improvement. 12 seconds is a lot of time. But I definitely would say Mika is the contender to shave that chunk off.
Oh, that was a great ragdoll on Scruffy's end. The heli pilot. I guess he's stuck to the heli just a bit. Yeah, Mika has a ton of time save. And that's before execution, there's the better last kill, the closer exit. And I feel like that's already close to 12. And then just be godlike on an execution. And I think 113 is beatable.
Yeah, the only possible issue I can imagine with Mika's is if he wants to push it, if he can't get past 113, is he's kind of capped by that falling object. I would believe that that's pretty harsh timing unless the guy is standing still.
That's a standing still kill. Just seeing on the picture-in-picture.
Oh, and really nice generator shot. It's an interesting choice. Also, does Mika know there is another ladder right next to the guy? I don't think he sees that. Or she sees that.
Yeah, he doesn't. Mika getting one step closer. I'm not sure about the exit choice still, of course, because didn't get to the kill, but keeps trying to get the propane from the wrong angle.
And I really feel like the propane is unnecessary for Mika, but and also there's, like we said, there's a ladder that's actually closer to the target and closer to the skydive exit, but you have no reason to use that ladder unless you know about skydive exit, to be fair. I think that's the issue, because they're both going to come hand in hand.
Well, Mika is now definitely not doing the breacher job, because there's no breacher in Mika's inventory.
Yeah, that's a good choice, I think. I think even poison would be better.
It's probably for the best indeed. Yeah, so much potential. I mean, this would be such a nice like hindsight edition of the Contract Wars to see which routes kept at which times, and I mean Scruffy and Dunny have something quite close. And we can see that it can sub one, like or very close to sub one, but I think Mika's route can go really close to that, closer than expected.
Yeah, I think Mika with like perfect execution would get close to beating Danny's time, honestly. Let's look at this, 47 seconds, you can get this falling object kill.
Oh, and yeah, Mika's still going this way around.
Oh, it's killing me.
But now I think body shot. No, not the propane. I mean, this room could be contained with just the 2 KOs before any of the guards turn around, and Mika replant for the crowbar. So to me, it's just the double KO and you're out. But the pressure, the nerves, the final 11 minutes.
Yeah, the propane is definitely not working out for Mika. We can only hope now 10 minutes left that she changes up the strategy, because it's going to be really tough to beat 113. I think the generator and even the pistol shot to the head. Also Scruffy having a whole new route.
It ends with the heli pilot and ends with the heli exit, but also getting the key in the meantime. I'm rare to see that combination, but it would work out for a 110.
Yeah, which makes it even tougher for Mika to have a potential to catch up. No, 100% Sionical. It's like I said, there's tunnel vision when you're playing. You just care about getting the fastest time, and nobody really looks around for an exit they don't know about. It's such a paradox to even consider that thought. To be fair, you either know it doesn't exist, or you do. So unfortunately, on this, Mika accidentally catches a glimpse of it on the way to the exit. I don't think we're going to see variation as much as I'd love to see it.
No, yeah. Ironically, Mika would need to sacrifice a run, which is the last thing they want. To just look around for the exits.
Yeah.
But it's just something that you just don't think of.
It would make such a good final 5 minutes though, if you're all connected. Oh, this shot is so unforgiving.
This is where Mika should just test the last kill because it's still not figured out. But Mika just... I feel bad because it's such what-ifing and how about and trying to think better while I would always be the one eliminated in the first round. But this is just... the potential is there and it's so nerve-wracking to see if it can be utilized.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm already dreading the reaction from Mika once they realize. And yeah, exactly, Zionical. There's so much nerves in it. You make it this far, you want to keep going. Nobody wants to be eliminated.
And yeah, we don't know if Mika looks at times or anything. That's actually a good question. Does Mika know that 113 is the time to beat? Because Mika's route is, well, with elevator exit, it's not sub 113, so...
Yeah, they have to, like I said, they have to come hand in hand, I think. I don't think you can get second place and not figure out either the ladder or the exit.
Hmm.
You can only hope though, but Mika just unfortunately seems to just keep failing and instantly restarting, and like you said, it's really tough to know you're missing something as much as I'd love to see it. It's still 7 minutes left.
And
I kind of hope
yeah.
Mika gets the run just so they might consider altering something. Like, I'd just like to see a clean run where everything goes well and then they realize, okay, I gotta do something.
Yeah. So this is what everyone sees right now, these frames. Pause for a second. All three of them were aiming at something when the embed issues happened. I found it funny.
That's pretty good. And yeah, Mika, that falling object's so crazy.
That part is working, and then it's just... I think we are going to get a skip by 20 seconds, and we'll either have a score in the chat or...
Oh, we do have a score in the chat.
Score is in the chat. Oh my god. Well, let's hope for OBS to catch up, and then we'll talk about it after. But it just really doesn't want to. Oh my god. We're gonna suffer through this one. At least it's like not live in a sense that an admin would need to see a kill being done correctly. Oh, syringe. Okay. I mean, that saves so much. And then 107 kill with probably 115 to skydiving, but it's not skydiving.
But the ladder is the difference again. Mika's so close for 2 ultimate time saves. And it's I really hope you see it. It's just looking tougher and tougher.
Yeah, definitely refreshing the sources, but wanted to see this run because we would be seeing the... We would be missing the end of this run, which is so pivotal. But 119, even with elevator, 6 seconds to gain.
Yeah, it's agonizing right now. I feel bad for Mika in a sense because they're technically pushing themselves to their limit, but they also technically have like a knowledge handicap in the sense of they don't know that there's a better option for them.
They're missing critical information. I guess this wasn't as funny, but 59, 1 minute. I think it was 107 last time, so that's another 4 seconds that the kill was happening quicker, but the lady was turning away. Or turning towards 47, sorry.
Yeah, it's looking tough. Haven't seen any update really from Scruffy or Danny in a while.
I just wanted to say that we've kind of made this the Mika show, but that's also because so many runs die early for Danny and Scruffy.
Yeah, their last time published was 2 past the hour, which was 15 minutes ago. 1/3 of the whole timer. They've just been pushing themselves to the limit, quite honestly. But yeah, it's definitely the Mika show right now, without a doubt.
This is so agonizingly close, but I guess I'll just do the reverse jinx, and it feels like it's not doable for Mika in 4 minutes to just bridge the knowledge gap. And then maybe that's what Mika needs, just the caster to say the opposite.
Yeah, you need the jinx every now and then. You need Pidgey to say it, and it'll be set in stone.
Yeah, you could always count on Pidgey to GG Scruffy or something of the sorts, and just like that.
Yeah, still love this route from Mika.
Mika's not doing generator this time, just a distraction for the lady so that she's as far away as possible. I don't imagine this will ever be a head turn. But it's not the skydiving exit. Mika's gonna be feeling a lot of feelings there.
And it's so close. That is going to be an improvement, I believe. Maybe a 17, 18.
It is now 18 and 5 seconds to gain, but how much longer can Mika's cutscene go? Because I think I think it could, and I think this is Mika's big. Oh, Mika's exact insta skipping and insta restarting. I think that's what's on his mind.
Yeah, the cutscene's the only real times they've there, because if they were any faster, they would have had to delay for that guard who was coming out with Marcus. So like you said, they can't really push it much more. Realistically, there's only one good run left now, though.
Yeah. If the helipilot fails, then if it's any early rip, then Mika still has one full run done. He doesn't need to pursue this any longer.
It's a rip from Scruffy. Yeah, Danny already out to the main menu, like you said.
And
in chat as well. GG's Danny on the 101.
Yeah, this first map that Danny couldn't get a sub 1 on, but still a comfortable winner, and this might be Mika's quickest poison kill yet.
It's such a shame though.
That Mika doesn't go for the closest exit. It still might beat 113, 7 seconds, triple shot.
I don't think so.
1 second!
Oh my-
1 second is what Mika's losing out by.
That is agonizing. They don't even have another run in it. Oh,
Anything would have beaten it, just a tiny bit longer cutscene, just a quicker throw anywhere, and especially the skydiving suit exit. This is so sad. Mika's last time the runner-up will be just 1 round short to at least tying that run, but and maybe it's all for nothing because this is the last kill for Scruffy. It's red, but it would have been a 110 or even better if Scruffy headshots. Oh my goodness, what a finish there.
yeah, that would have been a crazy ending. If Mika had gotten the time to beat Scruffy and Scruffy shaved another second off, it would have been absolutely insane. Yeah, what an ending. Couldn't ask for a better ending again.
This is perfect that it went for 45 minutes. If it goes for 50, then we have a different score. If it goes for 40, we lose all this excitement of the end. Just insane, and the time runs out. And we can, I think, go to the standings. It's not a lot to add here now. 101, 113, 114 officially. And Scruffy, you are through by... You won't even know what happened there. Poor Mika. We will have to talk a lot about that Dubai of Mika. But very nice done. And Danny versus Scruffy will be playing in that final. Oh, and Mika's realizing now.
I had to break it to him.
Don't
After
shoot
the
the
fact.
messenger. Observing.
Yeah. I don't want anybody else being the victim of
Yeah.
breaking it to him, but nonetheless, what a performance.
My goodness. I suppose I can post the standings there. Just I forgot it, or we forgot it after last round, but in case someone doesn't watch the stream.
Oh yeah, of course.
Mika was this close. But instantly deserved by Scruffy as well, and quite the challenge ahead of him, trying to beat Dunny, who's 4 for 4 after 4 rounds, and just going to... Yeah, let's do the BRB screen again, and we'll figure out how the final will be. Or I guess not how, but when it will be, and I can already reveal that it's going to be Bangkok. Probably
Ooh.
6 or 7 minutes. But see you then. Hello, yes, we're not late, but I was doing some last second changes there to the overlay, and then we got caught up in what kind of exits are there in Bangkok. But here we are for the final of Contract Wars 5 between Dalivuta and Scruffy. 45 minutes to decide who the winner will be. And what was your question again?
Yeah, sorry, we were delayed because I was too inquisitive. I was just wondering about the exits for Bangkok, because definitely some interesting ones. For sure. I was saying there's possibly only 3. The main one, default, the one that's underground by default, and Tok. Don't think there's any other ones, to my knowledge.
Those 3 sound right. I can't think of any more.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And for anybody who didn't see that, when we came in a bit late there is a couple of conditions on this contract, which are disguise-based. It does stay animated, but I think it's hotel staff and recording crew with the 2 disguises required for 2 targets.
Mm-hmm.
It's perfectly Scruffy shows us.
Confirming that he was stream sniping all along. But it is a generally any competition with lots of flexibility, but for the final we do like to take it up just 1 notch, which I guess could mean 5 targets, could mean main targets, which was the case in Contract Wars 4 in Colorado, which you won. But this time around it's a checkerboard. Disguises are the other way around, to hotel staff or hotel staff disguise requirement for 2 which are a bit further away from the hotel staff disguises, and 2 extra members of the staff as recording crew.
Yeah, I'm already intrigued by their approaches so far. Another worthy note is, I was kind of saying it when people, Danny and Scruffy, realized is this checkerboard pattern, which has been getting a little bit more popular lately. I think it was mainly the Coats and Meme Junkie, if I'm not mistaken, started doing a couple. One of them making it into the FCs, the Paris Polycotomy or something. I can never remember the second word.
The Paris featured contract, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the famous one.
But there's a lot of interest for contracts like that. The routing really opens itself up. We've seen a couple of contracts on Hokkaido as well that use that same idea of flipping the disguise to the other side of the map, which opens up a lot of starts. Bangkok being a perfect map for it as well.
Yep, and we had a couple prototypes. chosen by Yanni, made by Yanni, and we were also looking at targets, even in the penthouse. I think it was the cleaner lady who looks down at the groundskeepers, so it's not necessarily someone you need to go to the penthouse to, but at least it's not a guaranteed chip around most of the map, but it still be a bit of back and forth, and of course the possibility of remote kills and setups.
Yeah, it's really interesting contract so far. Like you said, you don't have to do a full trip of the map. We're going to see some crazy innovations, I'm sure. Danny's really focusing on this first target, which is going to be a remote kill. I believe he's actually a hotel staff kill. And funny enough, we see Scruffy doing the opposite, technically.
Such a simple concept. 2 players and a better time, or better score wins if it comes down to no essays. So they will be very motivated to post and publish anything to set the benchmark for the others. That's what the tiny score would be for, but since there are no scores, I guess I could hide them for the time being.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a while till we get a time on this, because you only got to keep an eye out for their opponent to post a time in match info this time around. Singular one. So it's definitely going to be a while till they get a route they feel is worthy of a publish.
Scruffy the KO out in the open, testing the vertical and other view cons of this map. And as I was going to say that I remember from Bingo, I think someone does come out and it's all the red guns, but Scruffy can get an earlier kill.
Worth noting as well, the cameras have never been more annoying on a contract before. Not only do you have some conditions, you gotta make sure you don't get clipped by cameras, because if you do, it's such a pain to get rid of them. There's no easy way other than just shooting them.
Yeah, it will take a while. I think it's the other hotel staff target, but Scruffy gets into combat. Although we've kind of seen by now on Scruffy's side how easy it is to approach the two how do we call these? The 2 targets you need to kill as hotel staff.
Yeah, it's so tough to say the wording of it. But yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting to see the approach they do, because the timing's gonna vary every time. So you catch them while they're walking, it's gonna be so much easier to get a poison off. But if you catch them like how they are right now for Scruffy, they're pretty much unobtainable unless you have a taser.
There's the setup already by Dunny. I just don't exactly know how long will it take to acquire the disguise and do the kill, because we've seen the tech crew or recording crew move a little. So it won't be a trivial kill there.
But Danny does have a nice idea so far. Taser placed for the guy. Taser is really good in scenarios like this, contracts like this, because of the fact you can pop it whenever once he has it on him. It's pretty much a free kill. Same with the propane setup for the beginning. So those kills are pretty much timeless, which is really nice for Danny.
Yeah, I think those should be the keys, especially for the 45-minute timer. But
such unlucky timing for Scruffy there with that hotel staff grab.
yeah, I guess it will take a bit to get any runs together, and then it might not even be 5-star.
Yeah, 100%. You don't have to impress the world. You just got to beat one person. It's nice to see that they're both going for different starts, though.
Yeah.
Just to show their routing, they're going to both cross each other. However, it's hard to say, because it's a lot tougher to get uh, down from Scruffy's side because of all those cameras and stuff. Whereas Danny's doing the reverse. So it's going to be interesting to see once they get their routes together who has the ease of escaping.
Yeah.
Although I don't think we've seen anybody go for our fourth target yet, which looks like he's out by the window where the extermination lady is. Out behind the bar, I'd assume.
That's what I remember, yes. So it's hopefully an easy to approach hotel stuff near the waiter area.
Yeah.
Scruffy got compromised / in combat by one of the securities, but the other didn't see, so it is green guns for the time being, but I think a loud pistol was shot.
Yeah.
So
Should definitely pace it though. The cameras is going to make it tougher to pace.
yeah.
Danny not looking happy.
10 minutes down, 35 to go, and it is the biggest challenge of them all, but only one opponent to beat to become the winners of Contract Force 5.
Yeah, as tough as it might seem, I honestly feel like these kind of contracts really test good contract players because any is a different story to stuff like this. Routing really showcases itself in this.
No, it looks like an accident.
Lovely from Scruffy. I like this Tranken shot, but I would guess that somebody gets found eventually out here.
I think the question of these kills / KOs on Scruffy's side is the same civilian who saw those bodies early on. And I think that's maybe the reason why the body is already found.
Such a tough circumstance for Scruffy as well here.
Then he's not quitting the game. I think he needs to change some settings there. Yeah, FPS issues.
Nah, no worries. He's plenty of time. Yeah, to be fair to Danny, the game's been open for quite a while now.
Yeah. 3 hours and 50 minutes since it started.
I do believe there's a Steam idea for this Tiesta, perhaps.
There is not, sadly, or at least the ones that Yanni sent me from Mendo, unless Mendo still converted it to all platforms,
Yeah.
but I won't receive the 3.
In the scenario they aren't, I'm sure we can maybe even perhaps just do a little post for anybody that wants to
Yeah.
look back on them. Because I would love to see the community's approaches to these, or even some of the players doing some hindsight, like we were saying for Mika's run.
Yeah, I would say that there's no IDs currently, but hopefully we can get something going there by Mendo or someone else with HCC. Scruffy's... Oh, this is unfortunate. Scruffy's made it perfectly for that propane kill on the recording crew.
Yeah.
But gets compromised by the first shot.
Makes you wonder if you can even get that kill safely. You'd have to get a really nice angle somewhere.
But it's also worth considering that I think it's the kitchen staff who leaves after you start a proxy combo. Not that you should wait so long for that, but if you can somehow get it together with that.
I do have to say, in some statistic way, it's quite nice seeing players who are cruising kind of struggling for a moment with contract. Because it's not just any, it's not just pistol snipes and prey. You actually have to get at this guys, get over there, and actually get the kill green.
Yeah. Though it feels Danny with the body shot seems to approach it the same way. A really optimized first run is the goal. But it just needs any run in 32 minutes.
Yeah, I'm curious when we're going to get our first run They're both really struggling to get past the first two targets. I don't think we've seen anybody. Maybe Danny did pace it, but I don't think we saw anybody green gun
Jeez.
get past first two targets.
You really shouldn't throw stuff.
No,
You even.
I can't even think of 2 correct kills. 1 maybe, but this will be red as well in just a second by Scruffy. Hey Joker.
Nice to see you here, Joker. Yeah, 20 minutes left. Final. Still so hard to say. Danny might actually be the first person to. Oh my god, that was.
Yeah. Turns it to his advantage and the green gun killed. Change into disguise and should be the remote propane kill.
And the taser. So.
It's a late NTK. It's an awkward room. I think the Shandy may fall later. And no finishes yet, Zai.
Yeah, that could be a good point. I wasn't sure if it was the taser or if it was the Shandy, but could honestly be both.
Because if it was the other propane, which I think they are far enough away, if it was the other propane, then it would also be instant. I guess I'll just keep the scores up anyway. Or like, not the scores, but the markers. The best score is no score.
What are you doing down there?
Danny with a clear out of this corridor. But gets hunted.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm not sure how that happened. Also, that guard is not seeing that taser for Danny. Maybe he's hoping that that hotel staff will report it to him. There's the hunted guy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you got Scruffy's.
We will forgive you if you just post a run.
True.
But this timer won't get extended, so it is really the one-on-one battle. The better score wins, and I'm interested if we ever get a situation. I don't think it's been the case so far, but we could always get a situation where any percent plays any percent, or 0 points plays 0 points, and then we go to the final 10 minutes needing any runs.
Yeah, I agree. There's going to be a point where I think they realize that.
Is that those bloody kids messing around again?
Scruffy turns red, but I think it was the first the hotel security who was found, but so far it's 4-star viable.
I have to say, I am liking Scruffy's variation, to be honest. Nice recording crew grab as well. They're going to get those, if they can get those kills to line up, they're going to be looking really good.
Yep, it's the 2 kills and he's on his way back already. He needs to go down to level 1 for both of those targets, but it's basically half the contract.
I'd love to see a player get outside of the hotel. Just get down to that other guy. As much as I like the idea for that Scruffy kill, how is that kill staying green? Doesn't somebody come out of that room?
I would imagine so. Yeah, and yeah,
There it is, yeah.
that part I don't think will work out nicely eventually.
Yeah, I do think poison is definitely the option for them.
Here we go again for the Ember Troubles. That's a poison kill that's happening on Danny's side. Which will be the first kill, and hopefully by the time we come back from the refresh, that's the propane kill as well. And the taser. Oh, but the non-target kill, I think that was after the... And the propane kill. Danny better pace it though. 1 kill to go.
I'm pretty sure you can't just pistol snipe this guy.
No, but just getting any result with a couple stars.
And yeah, I agree, he's identical. Scruffy's in a good spot here, but he still has to get one run through all the way. Same with Danny.
Hey, is anyone there? Hello? Maybe it's time to wake up. The hell?
And I can't help
Still
it. Just,
compromised, yeah.
I was trying to remember. I don't know if anybody else recalls, and I know I keep quoting him like he's the gospel, but funnily enough, that not recording crew, hotel staff. That's the final kill for Danny there. Actually has some crazy wallbang, if anybody remembers that, from another Hitmanist video.
No,
Which
no
you can
way.
actually get all the way out by the tuk-tuk. If you recall that one. You go like out the door and go left, and you can shoot all the way through the building.
Oh, no way. I remember a couple of wall bangs, but not that one. Nice.
I think it's a more recent one from Hitmanist, but again, nobody's going for that.
No.
During this. Hindsight maybe, but never in a live event are you going to think
Yeah.
of that.
Just give it 45 hours, not minutes.
Exactly. Let's see if Scruffy... Oh, Scruffy's getting so unlucky. And someone gets hunted by the person inside the room.
Telepathic glitch, or I guess the hive mind, or however you want to call it.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Danny should just commit to the poison there because he's turning those guards so beautifully. And the taser's causing him so much trouble.
Yeah. But it's nice
Or
that...
actually, the propane actually was still causing him trouble, wasn't it? I think we were saying that Shandy could be...
So we've seen another non-target kill in Danny's run, and I think it was during the refresh of the stream, but I want to say that it happens in that room with the other recording crew.
Help! Somebody help me!
But now Danny with melee item, it's not gonna pace it, not even going to finish a run. I guess, so the funny part is that why would you finish to let your opponent know that you have a score?
Yeah, that's a really good point. Oh, and Scruffy gets that kill. He's been trying to get for so long. Well, it's worth noting, Danny actually did get an NTK on that hotel staff, but the two other kills actually were safe. So if he had just didn't get that hunted, he would have been on pace to finish. Oh, and Scruffy clips the camera. It's so unfortunate.
Yeah, this time around that recording crew didn't work out so well, but for the first time, it might make a lot of sense to just go for the safer one. Like Neil, who has the letter, or the other side room where the crew is entirely alone.
Yeah, it's a really tough grab that we saw Scruffy going for, and those options you gave are probably really good ones as well.
They just really need a safe start here. There's a Scruffy poison.
Yeah, I do like that approach. It's very safe. Everything is clean there. 2 tranks and a poison, so nobody can red gun him for that. This kill, though, however, we're going to see next is always a tough one for him.
I think Scruff is waiting for cycles for the kitchen staff to leave, and the... Oh!
Oh.
I guess it was too late, yeah.
Also, Danny with the taser. Although the guard that he wanted was closer, the one further away keeps going for it, and it's driving him crazy, I can tell.
Danny's about to do the 2 kills there once again. It's now guard accident.
Yeah, the wrong guard went for it. I don't know why the guard further away is constantly picking up the taser for him. It's unfortunate, but all it needs now is a bit of RNG. We just went past the halfway mark, or just about to.
Yeah, but now it's not as hopeless as players wanted to make it out to be. The runs are definitely possible in the remaining 20 minutes.
Yeah, my only worry is they don't have any idea of the ending kill. Besides Danny, Scruffy could get the run just to get to somebody they have no clue how to kill or don't have the items to kill.
Yeah, it feels strange that that part isn't paced. and Danny didn't pace it properly either. I just hope that not too many runs will die to the last target just because he didn't explore it so much.
Oh, so worried. Scruffy's going to get a neck snap there by mistake.
Somebody help me!
Let's see though. Both of them on pretty good pace right now. But they're respectful strats.
There's the rope in for Scruffy, and that's both kills done with the hotel stand. These guys just need to change. He's going to pray again that this change is fine. And it is fine.
Really nice Scruffy there.
And now not to get caught by anyone on the rooftop. He is still fine by the slimmest of margins. Joker, all 5 of your messages make so much sense, one after the other. It was an incredible back and forth there, but Scruffy is now halfway there. Has one more Cheng. And 1 kill to go.
Does get one of them, yeah. Very nice. And I believe both of the kills are in recording crew because of the fact they get hotel staff first, which is a variance to oh, there's a camera here, Scruffy. You do not want to get hit by a camera, might as well be red guns if it's yellow guns.
Scruffy. Okay, now he knows where the last target is. I think he wasn't sure what the quickest way might be and was considering maybe a basement route. But this is the first time Scruffy will be meeting Mr. Param Rovija.
You did better than I would have done with that name.
Yeah, and I realized I shouldn't even start it anyway. But this is not the target you wanna reach with no items remaining. I mean, the pistol is better than nothing. Insta compromises Scruffy restarts.
Oh, but Scruffy has the knowledge. And if they can somehow move something in there... I don't even know. They did have a smuggle because they're starting in the suite. So it's going to be a lot tougher to make an item appear there somewhere.
Yeah, Scruffy has the pistol, the poison, and 2 Chengs, I think. So he kind of needs all 4 darts in his current cycle, current round. But Danny's getting closer as well, 19 minutes to go.
Danny has such a really nice route, but so much luck to it. And there we see it again, the red guns not getting the kill. And we did pass the 2/3 mark now. We're gone past 20 minutes, so... Oh wait, no, 15 minutes is the 2/3 mark. So we're nearly there.
And they are getting closer and closer. It feels Danny has really quick 3 target. He has the 3 targets down really quickly, but potentially risky. Scruffy, I think, gets to this point more and more often now. Just if it's not for this propane, I guess.
Yeah, such a nice kill from Scruffy. But it's a scary one.
Still looking for the 4th target. It hasn't been properly shown in this stream. It's true.
Poor Scruffy getting so close. Both players have such tiny little things that are causing them these runs to rip. Danny again, potentially.
Green at the moment. Will it be green in 3 seconds? Please.
Oh, poor Danny.
What? Oh my goodness. For a second it seemed like the save of the year, but alas, it is compromise. I'm not sure what star it removes from the 5-star counter, but then we'll have to get there and try.
I think another issue for Danny is they are so fast that the lady actually comes down here, which is another issue. Just behind where Danny entered, I think Scruffy had to deal with that issue. If Danny also realizes that they don't have to go through the kitchen and they do the Scruffy alternative of just going through the main hall, just going up those little stairs, just take like 4 seconds. Penalty, of course, for it, but could be a really nice Red Friday of them.
Exactly. Danny considering going all the way, but I think I was just looking for the final obstacles there. The panic on the waiter and the way down to the basement exit, which I think on Pro doesn't contain NPCs, so... Just one last camera to shoot.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer now. I really do hope we see a time from either player, because it'd be quite a predicament if we don't. Yeah, I love these variations on this card. Danny doesn't like it, however.
No. He wants the variation where he can just quickly place the taser and get out.
What was that poison from Scruffy?
That's... I guess that's clipping in action.
Were there? Oh, God, help! Please!
That was a good use of it for sure. I would never even have considered the possibility of being able to get poison off when his back was against the wall like that.
I don't think there's an official rule for what happens if they both have 0 points, but I guess the closest would be to say the first finish takes it. Like, we need a point, any point.
Oh, poor Scruffy. The recording crew is going to be the bane of his existence. And yeah, we did hit that 15-minute mark. So like I said, 1/3 left. And we just need to see one finish. These players are choosing to try to get the most optimal finish, which could be tactical, but also they could be thinking their opponent could be hoarding a time, which I don't think anybody has done to this point.
No. That's another.
I guess this is the kind of hoarding that's been seen, nothing more, nothing less. Like, you have the potential... Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Like, no, not SA times. They are, I guess, hoarding the any timings, but...
But yeah, even in the scenario, they did have like a 150 or something. I think both the players know that if they did have a time like that, they wouldn't be like holding it back or anything. Would be my main concern. I think they just both want to push themselves to the max.
But there must be a point where either one of them just need to submit the first any they got.
Yeah, Danny's on the run. 1 minute almost coming out of the hotel. 1 kill, but this lady's going to be a real big issue. You can see her walking right now.
Christ! Help! Somebody help me!
Where is the lady? I don't see the lady, and that would be the distraction. Oh, there comes the lady. But there is no 4-star finish, nor... I guess this time around there would be a distraction or something for her.
Yeah. I honestly even think if you get like a lead pistol or something, to just pick it up from the guard or from anybody and drop it. Or a knife or anything, something that they might report. I don't think they can report a knife, but anything that would delay that lady. A pistol shot might work, but it would be scary.
And it wouldn't delay for long enough. I think you need some 20-25 seconds from that point, from entering the area. So it's becoming trickier, and I don't think Scruffy's made a lot of progress. He needs to get to the 4th target a bit more often.
Yeah, Danny's definitely looking best on consistency to getting further in the route each time right now.
But this is a KO, not a kill.
Ugh. It's going to test out the kill though, I believe, which is nice.
It's so important to see anything regarding the last target.
Lovely kitchen traversal there from Danny, that one shot.
And Danny can now test this one out, which NPC it is. It's her, who will slowly turn towards the corridor and would see the bodies starting 127. But there's like not much you can do with that information.
Yeah, unless they get some item that they can just delay her with, like a coin or a briefcase or a pistol to report. Danny's just either going to have to go really fast or distract her. And I think distraction's the only viable option, to be honest, especially with almost 10 minutes left.
And sadly, of the two players, it's not Danny who's AOing security guards and taking their loud pistols. Otherwise, it would be so nice to take anything for a souvenir.
And yeah, it's worth noting Scruffy hasn't even gotten to that final person to know that the issues it will cause, unless they get there after 120. Oh, nice save from Scruffy. I thought that was going to be a rip.
Yeah, it would be such a blessing for Scruffy to get there late. 47 seconds. I don't see the rest of his route at the moment and won't be seeing for another minute. Danny, 3 targets, green guns, fire extinguisher in hand, but that's I think the only melee he has.
Yeah, I can't even consider something along the way that would help Danny out. I think that distraction's the only viable idea, but there's a lot of guards here, so they'll probably enforce it.
That's good for Danny, but I don't know how long. Don't even know if the Wage just reacted. Danny is in safe hands, but any second now, yeah. She didn't react properly.
So close. I'd say it's about 7 seconds from there to the exit. There's a camera as well, sometimes guards. So you might have to just do the... I think it's the Master IL triple shot. Get the camera and the guards to move out of the way would be nice.
I feel like Danny is spacing 137. Like, that would be my closest guess. So you need something to delay her for those extra 10 seconds. And its thrown distraction only works if she's the one who reacts to that and goes to investigate, because otherwise she just calls it into someone and goes a couple of seconds later.
Yeah, it's the tiny little things that make the routes a little bit inconsistent for a couple of them.
Danny with the double tasers now, deciding if we get to see the end of this run, and we do. But what can you do for, I guess, one last NPC? That's considering everything else is free, yeah?
Yeah, Scruffy actually has a potential. He's just waiting it out. And this actually might be the key to just getting a time.
Oh, Scruffy going so safe there. That's all he needs to do, those 2 NPCs, and wherever that waiter is, the male one. Danny gets the last kill.
We're onto the exit though. Also, the longer Scruffy waits, the increase of the lady coming back.
It's more and more likely. But Danny will have the bet. No, it won't have 1 second off, but Danny gets the body found. And Scruffy, with 2.5 minutes in, also gets the body found. No.
Oh my.
7
Is Danny going to post a
minutes
time
and
though?
40.
Danny does post a time, which is a vital thing to do. Scruffy didn't know, of course. Danny was going to post that time until after he restarted anyway.
This is incredible. There's the first finish, but both of them so close to probably winning the event. They both can have a couple of green gun exit, and especially Scruffy knowing that that's a 4-star finish, and that's the best that Danny could do in almost 40 minutes. I think if you're Scruffy, you're absolutely going for a 2.5 minute essay.
Yeah, I think so too. I personally agree, and yeah, Danny's going to be fighting tooth and nail to get that SA time. He knows it's possible, and so do we.
And that would be such a goated way to finish it off, winning all rounds and then not letting to win the last round with a 4-star 4-star run. I always want to say 4-star essay, but then he can make this 5-star and much quicker than Scruffy, but this run won't be. It's 6:26 to go.
Yeah, Danny was actually too fast there. The shot was actually delaying that guy, and he was getting through there later, so the guy was already past there. So Danny actually can't push that anymore unless he gets it really quick.
It's
Yes, Scruffy really needs a route now, but the panic is not helping. It's literally just a fight for green guns
yeah.
run now.
And this would be so good for Scruffy if he had gotten to 3 Gingan kills more often, because I think for Scruffy, he's only been at Mr. Perham twice, I feel, 3 times tops. He doesn't have the experience with that last target, and we've seen the nerves, how much time he took. If he was any quicker next time around, that would absolutely be a green gun finish. Just the question is how long he will take.
Yeah, and the fight is getting tougher and tougher. It's hard to see. Danny's ripping a lot, although he's getting further in the run technically. But he just can't get through that kitchen. I feel like the kitchen's going to be the vital part for him.
Somebody help me!
I feel like for Danny, being on this quick of a 4-star run, Danny won't magically start to wait a minute. Won't magically start to wait for the lady to enter and leave. It's this for Danny or the 135?
Yeah.
So in that sense, I feel like Scruffy has a broader win condition because he can just wait it out.
Yeah, and he got through that break point I would classify for his run.
This is probably the first time since the 4-star essay, 4-star finish.
Now, all Scruffy has to honestly do is just safely KO this person and wait for the lady at the final kill. There isn't too much that can go wrong for Scruffy. It's mainly the final target. But green guns is all that's important here, in my opinion.
Oh, I feel like there's a world when this is orange. This bullet distraction for Scruffy, but that's skill number 3. And through the public area he goes. Danny won't get spotted either. They will be approaching the last target at the same real time.
Don't do it to me.
4 minutes to go, and we did feel that there won't be any finishes, but they always find a way. They are speedrunners, they are here to win, they are here to get the best score. And Danny, crime notice, the lady comes. Oof. How long that distraction will take.
Oh, there's no way Danny will get out with that, surely.
That's too slow by Danny.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh my god.
Doesn't find the prompt. And there it is, 137. There are runs where it is fine for Danny, and Scruffy doesn't have it either. I think that was, yeah, I think this is back to menu by accident, and Scruffy will have longer loads a bit more. But this is the one shot for Scruffy remaining. He needs a 2-minute-ish time, and he cannot afford a single more restart.
Yeah, literally just a finish with 5 stars, and I think you're going to have it. It would have to be a crazy long time to not beat Danny's 4-star. And you can see the franticness in Danny's shots.
Ooh, the nerves. Yeah, Scruffy doesn't have the load out there. Needs one more chunk. 2:30 to go. I guess you can do it in 2:30 with also waiting for the wages, but
Can only hope now that Scruffy can pull it off. It's a very tough strat to pull off the first half. I've seen multiple rips, whether it's the propane or a hunted or the recording crew with the trank. Let's get the first trank off.
And that will be the poison kill. Less than 2 minutes remaining.
Oh, and it's getting more nerve-wracking. If Scruffy gets past this halfway point that I was just speaking about, it's going to be a little bit of a race for him. Danny restarting again. Who has about a pace of 130-ish, so this is his last run. If he rips at the beginning here, it's over. And Scruffy is the only person left with a chance.
And Scruffy is green after the propane, but there's the Enforcer here. Just needed to holster the gun. Scruffy needs the recording crew green. It doesn't always happen, and there's the whoosh starting, but Scruffy has all the time in the world. If he can avoid, but he cannot avoid, and with 1:15 to go, I don't see one more run anymore.
Ah, so unfortunate there. And I do think that's a worthy GG well played in the chat.
And that's probably all she wrote here.
I'm curious what they're saying in chat.
Both of them were so close. Yeah.
Yeah. Tough one for sure. I got to hear Zionical. That was definitely one of the greatest ones to cast.
That warms my heart, Zai. It means a lot. Great to hear, but it is, yeah, well, thanks to these players who, I mean, what haven't they done? I wanted to say what have they done in the last 4 hours, but from the insane closeness of the first two maps to, I guess, all the resilience of these 3 harder maps to just keep trying their own strats or do their own tweaks to it late in the run to always get the essay they need, except for this final map. But such an amazing final as well, and what an interesting and amazing contract event.
Yeah, perfectly said. I don't even have much to add to that. Just amazing from all the players. Just such cool runs, such good variation. And it's just been amazing to see all of the talent showcased by everybody. It's been really nice to see, and hope everybody who partaked and watched had fun, because it was definitely one of the best contract wars that I've seen, at least. Every round being so close, whether it was seconds, just one run in the last minute that made it that tense. But yeah, what a final. And GG's, I suppose, officially to Danny for winning Contract Wars 5.
Yeah, it's not the way he wanted to win this one. Also, I just wanted to stay on this screen for one more Scruffy run, because the irony of Scruffy getting the run on the first unofficial one would have been insane. But yep, I think we are one refresh away from making it official. And the Danny Buta did win Contract Wars 5 with the better score. We did see the 2 4-star runs competing against one another, but Danny's was quicker, and it makes sense, or it didn't change anything that Scruffy didn't submit it. And both of the I think both of them had 2 main attempts, right, throughout the 45 minutes, and especially in the last 10, and they both failed at the same time, so it was really, really hard to cover. But
yeah, like Danny just said, it was a second away. I think getting that prompt a moment earlier would have been the difference. But nah, regardless, Danny, if you look at the standings, I mean, come on, first place in the first 4 rounds and finishing it regardless top of round 5, still well deserved.
Danny stepped the competition, basically winning all 5 rounds. And I just want to really quickly mention what Danny was saying about, and also the comment where he said that this is the type of contract that you just can't solve in 45 minutes. That was kind of the goal with that, because Contract Wars is just about getting the best time you can in 45 minutes. And if it's an optimized to the second, it's nice, but ultimately your goal is to just beat your opponents, and we'll never throw you puzzles to, I guess, to try to grind and feel bad about, but it has to be kind of different difficulties, and especially for a final. But we definitely enjoyed it. I know that you guys didn't. Not everyone has.
Yeah, I wouldn't let one final, even if the contract. I think people just are so used to having a 5-star time and getting the leaderboard, but like you said, you're not fighting against the stars, you're just fighting against your opponent. And the first 4 rounds were just amazing, regardless. The final doesn't matter as much when it comes to 5 stars, just the times you publish. But yeah, what an amazing contract wars, without a doubt. It was amazing.
I've really enjoyed it. I think with that we are slowly going to say goodbye after 4.5 hours. It's kind of as long as we expected it to be. First of all, thanks to all the contract makers who was, if I remember, it was PG for Sapienza, then it was Yanni for Haven Island, and by the way, the final as well. I did the final test, but I won't thank myself, and also thanks to Currymaker for making the Dubai contract. Thank you, Observer, for being my co-caster and the admin for this match, and I really enjoyed working with you again.
Yeah, vice versa. It's so nice to cast with somebody, and yeah, thanks as well to the contract makers and everybody for watching and playing as well. It's an amazing event.
And obviously, thanks to all for signing up, showing up. Unfortunate Camel, but appreciate your enthusiasm. Thanks for all the essay runs and everyone for watching. Really would like to see the hindsight runs from the players and non-players as well. Make sure to post them all in the Discord. And hopefully we can chat about the event in the future. And of course, we'll run more contract events. I didn't want to confirm the next contract wars, but I'm sure that it will return in some way or shape or form. But yeah, that should be it from us. Thanks everyone for watching again, and see you guys next time.
Bye-bye.